How much we got? Need more. Oh, God. Oh. Okay, so I want to do something. Okay. Mm. Okay. Mm. We'll have to go. We'll go another route now. Yeah. Okay. Alright, now it's time to go build our water containment facility. Ugh. Ugh. Gertrude.
You know, if aliens landed on Earth and they said, "Take me to your leader,"
Alright, so where do we want to build it? I think we're gonna build it here. Alright, let's clear the land. Okay. It. Wait a minute. Where did I want to build it? So, over here. Yeah, I want to build it here. Okay. Let's go back. Put some more glass in there. Okay, we need to go deeper. Excavate. It's gonna take a while. Okay, we're out of... Well, we're not making sand right now. And we'll do jungle one. Okay. Okay. Um. Hey. I want to get this done. Okay. Now. Give me an axe. make more. Okay. plant. Okay, go back. Oh, that's cool. Baked bacons. Alright, waypoints. Practice screen. Stop it! Oh, that's not. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. Okay? Let's get some music going. Let me go check on. I think that's plenty. Oh, that's still a thing. Oh, nope.
I'm trying to make sure nobody lets up on the Save Stargate campaign, because what's true about social media, about YouTube, everything, it's very easy over the first 24 hours to look something up and then forget about it, right? And that's what we can't allow to happen here. The fandom has to stay united. We have to stay active. We have to stay pushing on this if Amazon's going to get any kind of message and do anything about it. Now, I'll give updates over what we've seen the last 72 hours. There's been a lot. The Stargate franchise, the fans, the actors, the writers are all unified. I've never seen anything like this because, usually it's the fans versus the actors and the writers, right? In modern times. But everybody seems to be on board, and it's been a beautiful, beautiful thing to watch as it's gone along. I usually I get a little bit of flack. I'll talk about that as a bit, but I usually get a lot of flack from the left side of the aisle, and a lot of people actually over there are actually reaching out to me, etc., and talking because they want to work together, and this is really beautiful to see. I'm really happy about this for the first time in a while. So I will talk about what we need to do, what we need to keep going. So please stay tuned, guys. And please hit the like, subscribe button, join us here as we talk about all things in science fiction. My name's John Delarose. I'm a sci-fi writer. I write a lot of classic-style sci-fi. Not political stuff. If you're any side of the aisle, you're going to love my works. So check it out, guys. It's in the description below. You get 3 free books for signing up. I have some cool space exploration, galaxy exploration books coming out later this year that I think you're really going to enjoy. If you're a Stargate fan, if you're a Star Trek fan, actually Star Wars fans, I got a little something for everybody. And that's what shows are supposed to be, and that's exactly what Brad Wright and Martin Garrow and Joseph Mallozzi were trying to do. Now, there's a misnomer in the way that they handle things on Amazon and all these corporations. They think there's a quote, broad modern audience that you're supposed to appeal to. That broad modern audience never comes in for any sci-fi or fantasy-related projects because it isn't a broad audience. What they're talking about is actually preaching identity politics to a small segment of people, which is like 1 to 3% of the population that actually cares about that stuff. And those people typically don't watch sci-fi, so it's like it's a self-fulfilling prophecy if you're telling your own series. The broad audience is actually Stargate SG-1, is actually Star Trek: The Next Generation, the stuff that doesn't have all that preaching, that really is just like good quality science concepts, etc., that are extended with action adventure, right? That's the broad audience that wants to read sci-fi and fantasy. I try to appeal to that for my books, and I hope you'll enjoy you guys. So grab this in the description below. I've got Amazon links, I've got subscriptions. If you guys want to sign up, it helps a lot here because that way we don't rely on algorithms and hope we never see you again. Or we do see you again because YouTube, you never know. Thanks for being here. All right, so yeah, this has gone on over the last couple days. It reached epic proportions. So millions of views across platforms. My tweets were getting millions of views. Michael Shanks' tweets are getting millions of views. My Substack's going wild. Stargate really has been something here that with this, they pissed off a lot of fans by canceling. And like I said, this is a different ballgame than a lot of stuff. And I've gotten comments from everybody saying, well, it's good, I don't want to moderate anything at this point. And I understand that because I'm burnt out on everything too. I don't really want any franchise to continue under current operating conditions either. But this was really done differently. The three guys involved with it were original Stargate writers. And they're good people. Like Brad Wright, nice guy. He is a good person who cares about science fiction. And Joseph Malazzi, I've spoken with several times. Nice guy, good person who cares about science fiction. I haven't talked with Martin Jarrow specifically, and I am aware he did the Quantum Leap reboot, which was a disaster. But we don't know what conditions those were under or what he was told to do. From what I can tell, the Amazon audience wanted to Quantum Leap this, and Martin Jarrow told them no. We want to keep it something that's for actually the broad audience that appeals to this, and then they nuked the show because of that. So it seems like that's what was going on this level. Now, like I said, it went viral across the internet. There are save the Stargate petitions. I'll put my link to all the stuff in the description below. Phantom Pulse article I wrote to encourage people to sign those petitions and also to get active in emailing Amazon like. And it's gone, and it's going very, very strong. Now, a lot of the reason it's going strong comes from Joseph Malazzi, who's been posting a lot about just like what happened, about media reaction to these things, and what's going on. You see Amazon pulled the plug on the Stargate series. I think that's the wrong move. Here it is. We need to listen to everyone here. A nice Substack article on that. We also have SG-1 concept art, and he goes back. So let me, he likes to post a lot of stuff. He says, sadly, it's true. Amazon's elected not to move forward, and that's that. And he's trying to keep positive, just talking about science fiction. It's good stuff. And you can see he's loving how the Stargate fandom is going. It is trending on Twitter and like,
Whoa!
Stuff. Now another one is Mike Shanks, who played Dr. Daniel Judson in SG-1. He's been going hard in the paint, like I said. And he's retweeting everybody who's pushing this. Stargate was something I loved as a kid. Here's the Popcast Brothers. These are a great channel. You guys don't follow them. I love them. They've got the petitions in their links. I'll have that in the description below for you guys to sign and get in on that. He's actually posting right here. Here's an address for Amazon MGM Studios. He actually sends physical letters to. This is something I haven't touched upon yet, but I'm going to add it to my list, so you'll have that in my little dossier on how to help. Physical letters are a big deal because physical letters pile up, right? And be nice, be respectful, but we should send physical letters to the studio. That's what saved Star Trek back in the day, back in the 70s, was all the physical letters piling up. If we get this going, I think we've got good stuff. As you can see, he's really just going on. Be polite with your feedback, and write to Peter Friedlander because he's actually Blair Frederick's boss. Mobilize the fandom's reactions must come from all corners. Centralize efforts, join existing campaigns, don't start new ones, and remind them the fandom and fallout is global here. It's not just a localized thing. This is really good advice right here. So, like I said, Michael Shanks is way on top of this, and that's really cool. I'm loving watching this, and loving watching the writers and the actors do things. Now, Brad Wright barely tweets, but he actually did comment on this, and this is what he says on the matter. He says, Martin and his team were doing amazing work. I wish the world got to see it. I wish I got to see it too. Remember, this is the creator of SG-1, who was a consultant producer on this as well. They brought everybody into this. This was what we were looking for. This was what the fandom was looking for. They canceled it because it was what the fandom was looking for. Now, from what I understand, there was not an over-the-top budget that was going to be extreme, like the Acolyte or Starfleet Academy. That was not the reasoning for this. They were all agreed on budget. There was no problems with things like that. It was literally the fact that the new execs that just came in from Netflix, of course, didn't like that this was appealing to the fan base that actually loves Stargate. That's all. That is the reason it's canceled. It's the reason I'm active about this. That's the reason everybody else is active about this. We want this to succeed. And like I said, we can't let the pressure up. So if you've not signed the petition, if you've not done the emails, do so. Keep posting about it on social media. Keep tagging Amazon MGM. Let's send some physical letters to them as well. Let's build this and actually build the community strong, because we can make a difference. We really can. We've seen it before. And I hope Amazon will listen. I'm working really as hard as I possibly can. I know you are too. Thanks, guys, for being part of a great community in science fiction. All right, leave a comment down below what you think about this. Please hit the like and subscribe button. Check out my newsletter in the description below. I appreciate you guys being here. And this is where my sci-fi is at. I can't get canceled because I've self-published. I do it all myself. And that's the beauty of it. So if you like my world, if you're interested in things that are sci-fi, this is going to go until the day I die. So I appreciate you guys being here. And I love writing. It's a lot of fun. Great community. We're about 11,000 strong on the newsletter now. And we'll be back soon.
What the fuck? Oh, God.
Nerdrotic.com.
Let's go to something that Discord will know a lot about. Now, I'm on my first time watching Stargate. I'm kind of slow because first season's crazy. Let's just be real.
It's better than
I like the characters. There's charm enough for me to be engaged. But the news came out recently, and I didn't know the context at first, that they're not going ahead with Stargate show on Amazon. And my first reaction is, you probably be grateful because Amazon fucked it up. Until I found out the context, which is unbelievable yet believable.
Yeah.
Stargate was canceled. Why was Stargate canceled, Disparu?
Stargate was cancelled because they thought it would appeal too much to the original dedicated fan base. And so wouldn't have broad appeal. And it is just, I know you like, well, it's Amazon, yes, but this had a lot of original creators and writers involved with it. And so this was the best chance after 15 years of getting anything that anyone would like. If it was going to work, this would have been the one that worked.
Exactly. Because, as you said, it had original creators on board, and so out of all the remakes, reboots, and stuff like that have failed and been crap, this one looked like it actually had potential. And so I had a vestige of hope in it.
And because season 3, that had people back in the past, it looks like this was. Michael Shanks has been really kicking off on Twitter, so I assume he was involved in some way, because he has been going off since this has happened. And Michael Shanks himself said, if at any point you want the original creators or anyone from previous series coming back, now is the only time that's going to happen.
Yes, and this is proof positive that Hollywood is in charge of a lot of money and they are retarded. So they own IPs and hold them and don't get rid of them because of that built-in fan base. That's what gives them the value, right? Yet they don't want to appeal to them at all. They have no interest in it. They just expect you to show up. So now they're probably going to do Stargate without these people. That's what I guess Amazon.
That's what. So we had originally this Variety article which said appeal too much to the dedicated fan base, not broad appeal. Then Deadline came out with some more information, and they said that Amazon may return to look at this again with someone unlinked to the franchise or cares less about it. And then one of the creators reported and said, "How about better than that? Not just someone who doesn't know anything. Why don't you just get someone who actively despises it, someone who hates the franchise?" Because they'll really come out with out-of-the-box ideas.
Yeah.
Headless is available.
Hey, she said she's down for Acolyte season 2 because it charted on Disney Plus for like a week.
I'm with it.
And I'm with
What do you say for Daredevil Born Again season 2?
That's a lot more than you can say. Man,
You can't go down on this, though.
unless
You can't go down.
Yeah.
Unless you're a girl.
So this Stargate situation is unbelievable again. but believable. This is so fucking stupid.
Right? It's just
But
so-
it explains everything. It explains rings of power completely.
The more you find out about it, the weirder it gets. So this was greenlit by a guy who came over from Netflix, and then he brought... Okay, so Garrow has been working on this for years. This has been an internal Amazon creation for at least 2 years, I think Garrow was working on it. But it was actually greenlit by Stridler, I think his name is, who came over from Netflix in October. As he left in October, the same time Feta left Netflix and came over in February and cancelled it. Now he is Stridler's lieutenant. So he's cancelling a project that his own boss, that I think brought him over from Netflix with him as part of this restructuring. Greenlit? It's just all very strange. And as you look at sort of Amazon jobs, people are getting promoted and fired constantly. I've never seen like such turnover. There was one guy who worked on Rings of Power who had like 4 or 5 different jobs in 3 years. He's just moved all over the company.
Amazon Prime is a money pit for them. They're losing tons of money on it.
They are one of the only
Prime,
companies
that can afford it.
that can continue to afford that as they work things out. You're seeing them, like a lot of these other guys, also do the forays into theaters far more often, whether it's Massive Universe or actually profitable movie like Project Hail Mary. So they have the capital to kind of fuck around for a while and fuck all this shit up and not worry about it that much, compared to the rest of the money they're making from their business.
But there'll be a time. There will be a time where this gets corrected. The big companies stop things all the time.
It does come down to marketing again, though. That Amazon didn't think they needed to do a press release for the stall, and so the message comes down, whether it's right or wrong, we can only go for variety and deadline, both reported from separate sources, that you did this because the fans were going to like it. Like of all the marketing you could do, why would you piss off what you described as a dedicated fan base? They will never care about your stuff, and every other project you do, you have now pissed off these people who aren't going to trust any of your other projects. If you're willing to burn money for Rings of Power, this would have been at least sent to pilot. At least create a pilot. Go, we don't think it works. And satisfy the fans that way.
Yes.
Rather than
Okay.
tell them that you don't care about them seems just bizarre.
It really does.
In this day and age, ridiculous. We're like 10 years in.
Confirms everything you've known about them. They don't like these franchises from the beginning.
And male property. They're going to hate it.
Well, that's the other thing, Chad. They don't have the ability to make their own franchise, because if they made their own franchises, no one would see them. So the only way that they can inject anything into, they can tell any kind of stories, is it has to be riding on the back of something else. I said it yesterday when we were doing like an out of theater for Masters of the Universe. It's like, it feels like this movie isn't woke, but there is like a woke bug in it. Like there's something there. And it's in everything. It's up there. It's like the Leonardo DiCaprio gift from Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, where he's watching TV. Oh, there it is. And it's like everything. There's always that little, you hated the audience when you made this.
Don't forget that the Amazon does make money off of this because they also ask all the actors to do fulfillment in the warehouse.
We didn't even talk about this for Masters of the Universe, but what did you think about the Amazon Prime delivery truck at one point?
Yeah.
Real hero of the day.
Product placement. You see stuff like that in heaps of other
That's more
It's like a meme at this point. I just thought it was fun.
It's nothing nearly as egregious as Taste the Rainbow.
I think they got tweeted out, all of a sudden the petition had like an extra 20,000 signatures the same day. They're talking about that in connection to the news. And
Oh no, yeah, it was you. It's in the intro.
What?
You know the problem with Hollywood is they make shit unbelievable, unremarkable.
To those who can hear me, I say, do not despair.
Will you fight? No! We will fight! And we will live! Shame on you!
This could be the greatest night of our lives. You're gonna let it be the worst.
And I guarantee you, we will find your life. You won't regret walking out, letting them live that stuff up.
Well,
I'm not going home. Day may come when the courage of man fails, but it is not this day.
The line to the trouble here. This far, no far.
I'm not saying it's gonna be easy.
You're gonna work harder than ever worked before. I really do believe that together we can accomplish anything.
Because we'll never stop learning. We'll never stop learning.
Failure's not enough. That's how winners done.
Believe me when I say
We can break this army here. It has made us brothers. I say to you, what every warrior has known since the beginning of time.
you've got to get mad.
I mean, some men don't mean.
If you want to be free, then you must fight to fulfill that promise. Let us
Cut out their living gods, one inch at a time.
And they will know what we can do.
Let no man forget how menacing we are. We are lions.
This is your time. See the day. Never surrender.
Victory or death.
So come on then! Take it!
This is where we hold them. This is where we fight.
All right, let's fly! My name is the Lord. When I tell our enemies that they may take our lives, but they'll never take our Independence Day. You, the people, have the power. The power to create machines. The power to create happiness. You, the people, have the power to make this life free and beautiful. To make this life a wonderful adventure. Then in the name of democracy, let us use that power. Let us all unite. Let us fight for a new world.
We don't sleep to dream, we sleep to build stamina. Energy to do our thing, get your camera on. This show is about to begin, so sit down and buckle it in. Let's go! Let's go!
My name is Brian. That is Shane. That is Darren. That is John. Welcome to the Brain Show. We got a great show for you today. We're talking about Stargate. And the review about the cancellation. Okay. Thank you, Shane. Thank you.
Sorry,
I can't. We're talking about all that and more. And of course, we have our lovely guest on today. You know him as the master of all Stargate knowledge. Hollow Gate Laura.
Is this John?
How you doing today, Johnny? I mean, no, Johnny. Thanks. How you doing today, Darren? Good to see you.
I play second fiddle John.
No, you're the brain tap of all this, my friend. You really are.
That's great. Hey guys, I'm glad to be back. It's been a minute. I wish we had better news to talk about this week, but
I know, right? We finally get you back on. It's all bad news.
yeah, it's
we can be positive. We can be mad and positive.
It's true. When was the last time you were on the show? Like 3 years ago, right?
It was a while ago.
We've been doing
We're going through all the phases of when you lost something, right? So grief, yeah. So we started out angry, right?
No, I'm
And sad, and now we're
bargaining.
Yeah, all those things.
I've seen it all online last.
Since Tuesday afternoon.
I'm skipping all that. I'm going straight from anger to bargain. I can make this work.
Out of it. We ain't got time for all the others. Well, listen, it's great to have everybody here today. We are so happy to have Aaron from Gate World, longtime friend. And of course, you know, if you guys haven't, I'm sure everybody knows about Gate World. But if you haven't for some reason, make sure you guys go to gateworld.net. Check out content. He's got a YouTube channel. And what's really cool is when the Stargate franchise is coming back in November. You know, Martin Garrow reached out to Darren, Dave from Valgate, and said, let's get together and let's announce this to the fans. And so Darren's been like ground level for most of this. You know, he's had a lot of interaction with Martin and with a lot of people involved. And we want to talk about Stargate today, what's happened if you haven't heard, and kind of where we're going from here and what we plan to do about it. It can be anything. And so, if we can just get a little breakdown, Darren, you want to tell us a little bit about?
Before we go in there, we got to pay some bills.
Oh, you want to pay bills?
Yeah.
I'll forget about that part.
If you guys want to support, all right, you guys ready? Yeah. If you guys want to support us, go to mixtees.com. Put the thing up right now. Go right there and buy something. BRANE is the coupon code. Get 10% off. You can buy anything you want there. Go to our store specifically. Shane feels really good about it, so that's really important, Shane. So we should do that. Also, you can always become a member or give us a super chat. All those other things. After today's show, we're on another section. We're going to talk to you a little more direct. And Johnny, what happened in the other section?
It gets freaking naughty.
Remember that. That's the member section. Member section is freaking naughty.
Oh man, I'm sad.
Yeah. It's a dangerous place, mate. People on the panel will just say that.
Now we get into it. Yes, yeah, Stargate and the possible cancellation and everything we're trying to do to stop it and what can be done and all that. Darren, break it down, brother.
It is canceled, but we're gonna make noise. That's we're still lining up our ducks behind the scenes. We want to figure out like what's the positive message, what's everybody getting on the same page with what petition, with hashtag. I'm interested in your shirts. Today I'm sporting. Oh, brilliant! Yeah. Shout out to Cameron, which many hardcore Stargate fans in the audience will know that's the Free Jaffa motto for I Die Free.
We gotta make our version of that.
So,
yeah,
if we're going down, we're going down with a fight. We're gonna be loud.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we do have our Save the Gate shirts. I did wear one today, but I don't even know if it's available. Is it, Brian?
I put it back up after the Dial the Gate string we were on with David.
Part of the reason why
the chat was like, where's the shirts that you're talking about before?
Well, I feel like we did save Stargate, all of us as the community.
Yeah.
What we asked for, guys, we wanted more Stargate originally with Brad. Right, because he's the OG guy. But then we got it with Martin, and we're like, yes! Okay, and Brad's consulting, and Joe Laws in the room, what's up? You know, so we were very excited, so we didn't need Save shirts anymore.
It was the reason we took them down originally is because at first we thought the campaign didn't go anywhere. We didn't want to keep selling shirts for a petition that had no ability to be boosted. And then we put them back up as a regular product when a bunch of people were asking on that live stream. But now, looks like we might have to put the proceeds again to a new petition.
Right, so that's something I should have mentioned. So, if you know, with the Save the Gate shirts, all proceeds, anything we made from it, went to boosting the marketing to get more Stargate. So, for example, they're out there, there's a thing out there you're probably going to talk about flying a banner, kind of like they did with the Expanse when they were trying to get the Expanse back. So they're talking about doing something like that. There's different things that we can do for marketing to try to get more exposure to Save the Gate. So all money if you buy something would go with that.
I hope we can talk about that stuff as the show goes on. Do you want to just break down the news?
Yeah, let's just, if you can, tell us. Because you, David, and Jenny Stuyven had a really great show on Thursday. Everybody after you watch this should go watch to get some really great information. And if you can kind of break it down for us, right?
Yeah, that conversation was from Thursday morning, and you can find, we co-streamed it, so you can find it both on Dialgate and on Gateworld on YouTube. With Jenny Stuyven, who's a longtime friend of ours and a TV insider. She kind of knows people. She's got lots of contacts, lots of info, and she's worked on shows for her whole career. So the news is, right, if folks have been paying attention, they know that back in November, Amazon announced that they were going to do a new Stargate show. It wasn't going to be a reboot, it was going to be in canon, and they were bringing back a bunch of the OG creators to make a new show for Prime Video. Martin Giro was going to create the show, and then the original creator of Atlantis SG-1 universe, Brad Wright, was a consulting producer. Joseph Malazzi was a consulting producer, and we found out eventually that Joe was also writing a script. One of the scripts for the first season. And we did a live stream with Martin in December, got some info, we did another live stream Q&A with him, and Joe popped up on that one in March. And that's when they announced, like, okay, this is a big deal. Amazon's giving us money, and they went and hired a production designer. They hired Nathan Crawley, who's an Oscar-winning visual production designer. He won an Oscar for Wicked. He's done a bunch of others. He did a bunch of Christopher Nolan films.
Interstellar.
And Interstellar, Dark Knight. And then they also hired Mo and Leo as their visual effects supervisor. Mo and Leo works at ILM. That means ILM was going to be Stargate.
Oh my God.
Which was incredible, right? So best of the best for a couple of your first department hires, like industry leading for sci-fi fantasy. We just, I mean, I was over the moon. I couldn't believe how lucky we were. That of anything they could have done with Stargate, they did this. They made such a good decision, continued the existing canon, and gave it to Martin, who knows it, who loves it. I met Martin on season 1 of Atlantis 22 years ago. And he's such an incredible writer and showrunner. Martin wrote probably most of your favorite Atlantis episodes. He wrote most of the mid-season two-parters, the season premieres, the season finales. He wrote a bunch of the McKay episodes, like duets, like McKay and Mrs. Miller. He wrote Sunday.
He cut his teeth on Stargate too. So the other thing is like when he came into this industry, he's from Canada, and he really, I mean, he did a small thing before Stargate, but this was like his entry. So the love that Martin has for Stargate is unmatched. You know, it's like bringing him is like bringing in Brad in a lot of ways. So we couldn't have asked, like Darren said, we couldn't have asked for a better situation for Stargate to come back, in my opinion. So tell us after that occurred, what kind of, I know when March we got the news, we were excited they were going to start casting. They were predicting maybe like filming begin in the fall. And then a couple of months passed by. Can you kind of break it down? What do you think happened during that time frame?
Yeah, Gateworld actually reported. Gateworld broke the news that they were going to film in London.
That's right. He was going to send it out, I think, in the next few weeks. Right?
So they were scouting. They were looking for a home base for production soundstage space over there and figure out, or John over here, I guess.
Yeah. I'd already purchased a dumpster that I was going to live in outside of the production.
I was actually in the process of divorcing my wife to go move in with John.
Wow.
In the dumpster with that dumpster.
Wow. Yeah. I just had to get my passport.
Me and Brian were going to live off craft service.
Right. Sneak in and eat the scraps that all they act left. That was the plan.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we have to stay.
It happens. Happens to the best of us. Yeah, so we were expecting that maybe by the end of the summer we would get casting news. They would start shooting in the fall. Maybe David and I would have a chance to go out there. Martin floated the idea of us visiting the set while they were shooting. And then the long post-production process. The show is not going to premiere before end of 27, beginning of 28. And then what we've learned since this news broke on Tuesday is that there was studio executive turnover. So a couple of key executives inside Amazon MGM Studios have been working with Martin to develop this show. And sort of, this is Stargate's always been regarded as a crown jewel in MGM's crown. It's one of their most valuable IP. Back in the day, when they were selling DVDs, selling it in syndication, and overseas, MGM was raking in money left and right from Stargate. I heard it said from folks at MGM or connected with MGM back in the day that Stargate was their most valuable property.
Yeah.
Second to Bond.
It's interesting.
Valuable TV property.
Yeah, it's interesting kind of how their crown jewel has been treated over the last 15 years or so.
Not great.
It's been, and as fans, it's been a wild, herky-jerky ride for us as we've gotten, hopeful news, depressing news, green lights, not green lights, video games, green lights, not green lights. So many things have occurred over time that it's been this thing. So there was this worldwide sigh of when they're going to bring back a series with Martin and Brad consulting. There was this worldwide, and now it feels like the weight has just been put back on. I mean, it's hard not to feel a little defeated, right, over the whole thing. And so just to give you guys a little more background, so Peter Friedlander came over from Netflix to Amazon as the number 2 back in September, October time. And that was just before he greenlit the series and was taking on your guys' show to announce it. With Martin already been working on Stargate for about 2 years, like pre-planning it, getting ideas together, something that he wanted to do. and they pitched it with Nick and I think Ken, the other guy, Kevin, was the other.
Nick Pepper and Matt King, those guys at Amazon who've been working with Martin to develop that show.
And they championed it, right? Darren, they championed it, helped him, bring it to Peter and get it greenlit, right?
Yeah, they did, and that's kind of the unfortunate. Like it's not a secret. It's just how the business works. You gotta have people inside the studio who are pulling for you. You gotta have people who want your show on, who believe in it, and who are going to shepherd it all the way to the finish line. Ultimately, what happened with Stargate's cancellation is Nick and Matt left the studio earlier this year. So a few months after the green light, after the writers' room started in January, those two guys left the studio, and Blair Feder who had worked with Peter Freelander at Netflix. So he came on as sort of a new mid-level, sort of lieutenant is the language that Deadline used. He's one of Peter Freelander's lieutenants, who's basically in charge of the, his title is like world building and genre, which all the sci-fi fantasy stuff that we know and love are under his purview now, right, in his portfolio.
Awesome.
And it looks like he's not a fan. Because that's what the show said, this is not where we should spend our money.
Yeah, so they, and what's interesting about the excuse that they're using, and so just a little background on Blair Feder. So Blair Feder did work with Peter Freelander for 13 years at Netflix. Came over. Netflix is not what you would call a fandom streaming service. They don't have, decades-long fandoms associated with Netflix, really. They're new content oriented, they're youth oriented, and so I understand why Blair might have this feeling about how content should be divvied out. So I feel like he brought that over from Netflix with him, and when he took a look at everything that was going on, he said, well, we don't really necessarily care about how, whatever the Stargate fandom is necessarily as important as it was before. And so, because he's had Peter's ear for all the years, I'm sure, explaining how things should go down, maybe that's why he's changing, because like you were hearing the same kind of thing, hey, he wasn't a big fan of Stargate, and he wasn't convinced by Martin's vision. Do you think there's any other reason why that might have happened, or any other info you think?
Well, it's tough, of course, third hand to get inside of the head of the television executive, which is not a space I really want to live. But what we're looking at doing, I think, is just... I think the odds are pretty slim that we can convince Amazon to change this decision. But I think it's a terrible business decision, and the person who made it has boss. Right? Peter Freelander is boss. Mike Hopkins is Peter's boss. Head of MGM Studios. Created. And even if we can't convince by some sort of campaign, petitions, making noise, we'll talk about, even if we can't convince them to reverse this decision, at least we can make noise. At least we can say, hey, Stargate fans are here, we're big, we're noisy, we see what you did, we're not okay with it.
Yeah, remind me of that 200, the episode 200, where, I'm forgetting the actor's name, but the little alien guy who created Martin Lax. He's in the SVC.
Martin Lloyd is.
Martin Lloyd. And he's having a conversation. He's trying to get ideas for his movie. And then he gets a call and he goes, well, some young executive just canceled the movie. and it's crazy because they had, just like in real life, they had already done all this work, they had already hired people, they had writers. Like they were in active process of creating, and then just one call, and his words, some young executive just canceled the movie. And it's just art imitating life right there. Because they were poking fun of their own industry when they did that. But guess what? 15, 18 years later, that's still happening. Even
and it's because that's just the way it goes. It sucks, and we usually don't see it, right? Because we hear the shows are greenlit, and usually when they're greenlit and they're written and they're cast and they're filmed, most of the shows premiere. We actually see them. Maybe they'll get canceled before they're premiered. We've seen that, right? We've seen shows get burned off.
Yeah. They're called pilots, right? Just one pilot. And years later, you see it dropped online somewhere, like the Aquaman pilot in CW.
And that's a pilot. Like they were writing all the episodes. Like we were doing an entire season. I think they were close to being finished. Weren't they, Darren, with most of the scripts?
They were in the middle of writing scripts, right? So they spent 4 months in the writers' room, which is when they sort of beat out all the stories for this is the number of episodes we have, this is the beginning, the middle, and the end. We want to hit these beats along the way. What stories can we tell to get us there? So they sort of figured out, what are all the episodes, who's going to write what, and then they beat out those episodes sort of scene by scene. And then the writers go away, right? And I think that's where they were. The writers were working on the scripts.
Working on the scripts. Okay. So by making noise, so you're right. So Blair has made his decision, and likely not going to change it. But that doesn't mean that we can't get possibly Friedlander. And by making enough noise and letting them know, hey, listen, you made the wrong choice because the Stargate fandom is a lot bigger than you guys realize. One of the big problems is I don't think they realize quite how many fans there are. They treat us as like this little niche community. This is a worldwide community with millions upon millions of fans of Stargate who not only just fans of the series, but rabid, hungry fans of a series that have rewatched all these seasons of Stargate over and over again, and now we're desperate, craving new stuff. Most of us are. The right stuff, as long as it's done right, which this does look like it's done. So my question to you is, it seems like idiocy that you don't say, wow, we've got all these millions of fans, let's build a base. Okay, let's build the base of the show on that, and then open it up to broader audiences and bring in those new audiences that we want to have. For most of us, it seems just like common sense that you would want the fandom to be on board for this. Why do you think the thinking is by Amazon and other studios who do this? I mean, they did the same thing with Star Trek. They've done the same thing with Star Wars and Doctor Who. Why do you think they are so desperate to go after this younger audience that they just throw away the 4 billion 35-plus-year-olds we have on this planet? What do you think the thinking is, Darren? Where that comes from?
Yeah, there's a lot of questions there, right? There's a question of fans versus casuals. There's the question of the older hardcore fans versus the sort of newer, younger audience. I think most of these ad agencies and studios hopefully know that those of us who are kind of the old hardcore Stargate fan base are now in our maybe our 40s and 50s and 60s. We've got spending power.
Yes.
You've got discretionary income that your 22-year-old does not necessarily have. No shade to 22-year-olds.
Sorry, Shane's 22-year-old uses his Prime account.
All my adult kids do.
Yeah, for sure.
This is important to know. The Generation Z, these people aren't buying stuff, guys. They're still utilizing their parents' streaming passwords. Come on.
And sometimes their parents' Prime credit card.
Oh God, Master Replica stuff behind me. That's what I'm spending money on. That's what they're forgetting.
Darren has such a good point. Yeah, but we have the income and the time because we don't waste it as much. And why would you even want to go after a demographic that couldn't spend money on your platform?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think if you're a decision maker, if you're one of these top level executives who is making the live or die decisions about shows, my first question is like, which audience are you chasing? Okay, so there's demographics, there's spending power, but how are you thinking about your fandom? And if I can oversimplify things for a minute, I think that if I'm a TV executive, I've got sort of one of two different attitudes towards fandom. One is, okay, our fan base for an existing property, right? This is an existing IP that's being revived after a couple decades. The core fan base is going to be vital to whatever this next thing is. We got to start with the core fan base, make a show that has broader appeal, that's easy for new people to come on board without having seen all the old shows. Get to know the story, get to know new characters, love them. Maybe they're going to go back and watch SG-1 on Prime Video later, right? But it starts with the core fan base. That's where they were. That's what their thinking was. And that's why I was, kind of saying, hey, let's give Amazon the benefit of the doubt. They hired Martin and Brad and Joe. Let's see what they can do. They seem to be leaving them alone and letting them make the show that they want to make.
But that's the correct thinking. I mean, I didn't start watching Doctor Who in 1963.
What?
I started watching. I know. I'm sorry. Sacrilege. I know.
I get a bit tired of you knocking British,
but
I
always
week in, week out.
I really calm down, John. I started watching Doctor Who in 2012 or something.
Five,
yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
With the Welsh doctor. What was his name?
Eccleston?
Yeah, Eccleston. Thank you.
He's not Welsh, no.
I don't know. I'm not from there, John.
Well,
I started watching him, and I was hooked. Like hooked. I had seen some of the old stuff, but never really cared about it. Because honestly, it's a little campy.
It's a great example, Brian.
Yeah.
Great example.
Completely uninterested in watching any of the old Doctor Who because it looked so like old and cringy and campy. And
Shut up.
Then I started watching Eccleston. I'm serious. I was hooked. By the time you got to Tenet, I was like, I'm serious. I have to go back and watch all the Doctor Who's. Even the ones that might not be good to me. I need to know the lore. And I fell in love with the character, the property, the IP.
Yeah, you would recognize the Silurians when they come back.
Yes.
Oh, yeah,
And all the different
nice.
But listen, it's a perfect example because I would have never have watched old Doctor Who had you not introduced a canon-appropriate version of Doctor Who in 2005. I would have never done that.
Because it was done well. Okay, it was done well, and it was done for new audiences. The same thing happened with TNG. Think of Star Trek in the 80s. Okay, they brought the next generation. It honored the Star Trek, the original series, right? But it brought in a new audience, a new thing, and it caught on. It did well. I don't know why we've gotten out of the habit of doing that. When Star Trek came back in the 2010s, you know, Jason Isaac comes out and says, doesn't matter what old fans, you guys are short. Who cares? You know, screw the old fans, right?
No, they won't.
Attitude since for whether it's Kathleen Kennedy at Star Wars, whether it's Star Trek, and it seems to almost be the same thing we're hearing now. We feel like this decision by Amazon is basically saying,
Okay.
Old Stargate fans don't matter. It doesn't matter. We just want new faces, new bodies, and we want to capitalize on the IP. And
by the way, same thing with Battlestar Galactica. I would have never seen a single frame of Battlestar had you not came out with a good Battlestar when I was in my prime. And when it came out, then I went back to watch all the Battlestar. By the way, still don't like the old Battlestar. But I watched it. I watched it. You know what I mean? Like, I would not have watched it. I didn't even watch the set, the DVD set. Based on my love of the reboot, I'm like, I'm going to spend $60 on a show I've never seen before. I mean, there are so many good examples, but unfortunately there's not a lot of modern examples of this because often, instead of actually honoring the canon, honoring the story, creating something that the original fans would like, they do try to go out to new audience. And I would argue Battlestar tried to go out to new audience a little bit. But because the writing was so superb, the characters were so superb, it worked for everyone. Cobra Kai went out, they didn't go after a new audience. Cobra Kai went after the people that watched Karate Kid.
And it worked.
And it worked. And they brought new audience. My kids loved it. We watched it together. My kids would have never seen the original Karate Kid had we not sat there and watched Cobra Kai together.
Yeah, because if it's good, it's going to bring in a new audience. It's going to do exactly what you want, which is widen the audience. Shane's point is exactly what I was getting at, right? The two mindsets of an executive, one is let's treat our fan base as the foundation. This is where we got to start, and then grow it from there. The other mindset is the fans are going to show up. You know, it'll say Stargate, whatever it is, it's a reboot. If it has a big spinny ring in it, fans will show up and watch it anyway.
Jason Isaac tried that. Didn't work.
Yeah.
Look what happened to Star Trek. Jason Isaac said the fans will show up anyways. And now Star Trek doesn't even have anything going on. There's zero.
This is what I just don't understand with it. It's short-term thinking because you've already built the foundation with the legacy fans. So why would you then go, well, we're looking for this, and I'm going to say it, mythical new modern audience that never seems to turn up every single time they hunt for it. Right. It's you build from the base that you've got already. And again, from what the little tidbits I'd listened to on your show, Darren, you know, with Martin and Co on there, it was like they were going to honour the existing show, but they weren't going to be tied to it. They weren't going to be locked into it. So someone coming in for the first time wasn't going to know what the hell was going on. Right. We're going to start here. We're going to move forward. But if you're a legacy fan, don't worry. We've got you covered. We've got stuff that you're going to really enjoy.
John, you're telling me we're going to start off with Read 2 right away and no explanation? Like if you want to villain or resurrected Jack clone or whatever? Of course
They were going to do the sequel to Emancipation. That was how they were.
Oh, yeah, you're going to start with Emancipation. Emancipation 2.
But from the man's perspective.
That's problematic. That's why it feels like this is an excuse. It feels like the answer they gave us is not the correct answer. It's not because it's obvious that Martin had over and over again said his goal was to bring in new fans. He said it from the beginning when he announced you guys can continue that messaging. The scripts, as we've heard, also reflected this thinking. So the people who've seen some of the scripts and talked about it. So it seems to me like more this was a decision that Amazon wanted to go a different direction, which I know we talked about. Or there's a lack of faith in the science fiction fantasy genre altogether, which I know you guys talked about on Thursday a little bit. And I know Rings of Power have not been really successful. I know the Wheel of Time series was not very successful with Amazon. Do you think some of these shows are also what's playing in? Like Blair comes in and says, look, these other fantasy shows aren't really working. Why are we going to spend all this money doing Stargate? It's basically the same thing.
Those are fantasy. Those are fantasy. I know they lump sci-fi fantasy together, but they're science fiction properties and they're very successful.
On Amazon? Which ones?
I mean, The Expanse.
Right, but that's very specific genre related. That's more realistic science fiction, I would say. Closer to
I mean, that's a lot closer to Stargate than Wheel of Time.
Yeah, it's classic science fiction, and it's a great show, but it was so long ago. I mean, in television executive years, that was like 4 generations.
I said on our show a few months ago, I said, look, if they play it right, and it sounds like they are, they have the chance to become the #1 sci-fi franchise in the current era, because Star Wars is being damaged, possibly beyond repair. Star Wars has as well, Doctor Who's in the dirt. If they played it right, they could be #1. And they were doing everything right. They had, and do you know what I liked about it was the way it started out. It wasn't like all the other shows where you have a lot of it where the production team and actors come out and go, well, if you don't like it, go and touch grass. That's a Doctor Who example. But they were coming, they actively went on your channel, Darren, and they went on Dial the Gate, it was a dual stream, to basically announce that the Stargate was coming back. It was in production. They announced who was going to be involved, and they sat there in front of everybody and they said, you know what? You're all welcome. You're all welcome on this journey. You know, whether you're a long-time fan or you're jumping on for the first time, everybody's going to enjoy it. You're all going to be welcome. And that was a massive change from what we've had the last few years, where other shows were basically saying, we don't want you to some people. They were saying it's for everybody.
That wasn't done in a vacuum, John. And that's what people need to remember. It's not like Martin decided, you know what, I'm just going to jump on here and announce this thing. He had to go through his executives. It probably had to be signed off by Friedlander. It was coordinated. It was a plan. Amazon wanted this fan-based foundation grown into new audiences. And so, I mean, I really feel like you have to place this at the feet of this new executive and when we fight for Stargate, when we go out there and put our voices, make them heard, sign our petitions, send our letters, send our tissue boxes, we need to keep in mind that that's what we're dealing with here. And so I think the idea of going over Feder to his boss is the right idea. At one point, he obviously felt like it was the right thing to do it this way, so perhaps he can still be convinced to do that, Darren. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's right. Mr. Fetter's mind is not going to be changed, so I think we got to go to his bosses. We got to convince him this was just a bad decision, right? It doesn't have to be mean, it doesn't have to be dirty. This was a bad decision. Here's why. We're still here. This is why it's important that you not do long-term damage to your relationship with Stargate's fan base. Yeah, we're going to be important to one of your most important IP in the long term. Shane, you were talking about the kind of messaging that we were hearing early on, and I want to kind of clarify one thing. So there were two news reports early in the week. The news was broken by Variety, and then we followed it up to Gateworld and confirmed it. And then Deadline came out with some additional reporting that had more information about the executives and the turnover. In terms of a reason given, Amazon hasn't said anything publicly. There's no press release, there's no announcement, there's no explanation from the studio that's been vetted by the lawyers. So we have the reporting in the trades, and Variety's piece uses this language of Amazon was convinced that Martin's show was not going to be able to grow the audience beyond the core fans. That's
I have two problems with that. First off, the core fan base is already billions of people, easily. Okay? At least the age range is easily. So you already have a massive amount of people in the core fan base. Number one. Number two, even if that were true, I mean, even if we didn't have a giant amount of people, Martin, Brad, Joe, and the people that they're hiring have already done this and proven themselves multiple times and their ability to build an audience. Whether it be Stargate, or Travelers, or Dark Matter, dude, we have done live streams and watch parties with hundreds of people for obscure stuff that these guys made one season, okay? They're very, very good at it. Third, my biggest problem with this is, like earlier, Shane, when we talked about sci-fi on Amazon, dude, they have so many, I just looked it up, they have so many successful science fiction shows right now on Amazon. You have Hail Mary that just came out. Science fiction,
yeah. The different mentality.
Super successful. For shows, Outer Range, Tales from the Lead, Tales from the Loop, Upload was insanely successful, and it's science fiction. What's that?
Cheap to me.
I mean, dude, they have like 25 named people in the cast. I'm not sure about that.
Upload? No, it's shot based. I mean, it's not futuristic, otherworldly alien thing they have to do a lot of. Anyways, go ahead.
That's true. Okay, but then you also have The Boys, which is sci-fi adjacent at very least, and that's extraordinarily expensive.
Sure. Which has been tentpole for Prime. It's been a tentpole show.
It's a tentpole show. And it's coming to an end. How about this one? Fallout. Fallout has been wildly successful, and they spent an insane amount of money on it. And it's pure science fiction, and it's based on original property. I don't get it.
But a game that's newer, and they felt like there was a newer, younger audience.
The first Fallout came out when Elvis was still on there. Not that new.
Can I play devil's advocate here? Is this new guy that's come in, he looked at it, and in his mindset he's going, well, I'm the new kid on the block.
We're going to do it the right way. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. But he's also going, okay.
So we can start pumping.
And therefore he's then going with the mindset of he thinks he needs to go forward with a new modern audience, and this was going to be more geared towards legacy.
That's based on a video game that a lot of people played 50 years ago.
But I'm talking about the mindset of an exec.
The mindset of someone who's not doing the math.
Again, the next point I was going to make was, but if you drill down into it, you drill down into how much it's watched, how much SG-1 and Atlantis is probably watched on Amazon Prime as it is. You've now had it moved to Netflix, certainly in the UK SG-1. I don't know if that's Martin's idea for that, but it was a clever move because you've got people watching SG-1 on Netflix as well. You've got data there that's telling you, hang on a minute, these shows that started, what was it, 1997, people are watching them, and they might not have ever watched SG-1 before. but they're watching it. So what does that tell you? If you're able to get people to watch something that started in 1997, that's a strong foundation to greenlight a new series.
And they
I don't understand their reasoning for it. Yeah.
They become your brand ambassadors from the new stuff to the old stuff. You know, my kids, we would have watched, me and my teenagers would have watched the new Stargate together. That would have onboarded them for All Star Trek. The same way freaking Dancing Klingons onboarded them to Star Trek Strange New Worlds. I wasn't a fan of, but they sort of liked. Which is what
maybe that's the argument then, Brian.
Yeah,
that
would
be the problem.
Yeah, but guess what? There's no more Strange New Worlds because you couldn't hold on to that fan base without the brand ambassadors doing their job. As cheering it on, promoting it, talking about it, live streams, all the stuff that we do on stuff that we like. You can only get so much mileage out of hate. You can get a bunch of clicks for a couple weeks, and then guess what? That hate turns to apathy, and the TV show goes bye-bye really quick.
The viewers are on to the next thing. Yeah. I'm a realist about this. I'm kind of approach this with a marketing head. Like what's informing the decisions that they're making? And I mean, Brian, I think you're right. Like we don't need to be overly precious about our franchises and the things that we love. From their perspective, like if I can put on Starfleet Academy, even if a big part of the OG Stargate or Star Trek audience doesn't love it, doesn't feel like it fits with Star Trek that they love, guess what? A bunch of people who watch Starfleet Academy are not going to go back and watch DS9. And that's got to be a net positive.
I don't think that's the case. I hear your argument, but here's my problem with it. Is that the numbers group. Neil's numbers always, these new Star Trek shows do not play on Nielsen charts. They don't play on any of the social charts. They don't get any kind of real
training the world,
trackable numbers, anything. Why? But in the meantime, you do Picard Season 3, which was aimed at the original fan base.
Picard Season 3 charted, didn't it?
And it charted. It charted well on every single chartable metric. It charted, and it ended up at 8th, I think, that's highest place in Nielsen, out of like thousands of streaming shows. So the second you actually play to your fan base, all of a sudden, huge numbers.
I'm not making the argument that some of the modern Star Trek shows are necessarily a good idea or the best idea for what to do with that franchise next. But just the point that you were making that connects this generation with the previous generation, it gets new people in, not just watching the thing, but watching the old stuff too.
I think that's they're discounting our the original fans' involvement in the onboarding process.
I just don't understand. Okay, let's focus on that for just 1 second, okay? Because this is the part that drives me insane about the whole process. I don't understand what reasonable mentality tells you that this is a wise decision. It's failed over and over again. So if anybody has any thoughts on this, I would love to hear. Darren, if you have any thoughts on it, why would someone make this decision? Is it because the executive wants to place his or her own brand on things? They want to make their own decisions? Is it they're afraid to take a risk? Is it they don't care whether or not the show is truly successful? What could be the mentality for making this ultimate terrible decision by studios over and over again by leaving out original fans? What do you guys think?
I think you're right. I don't understand how you can keep making the same mistake. What's that old quote? The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. And every single studio that operates in television keeps trying to go after what John called it, the mythical audience. The audience that has the attention span of a sparrow, and they're barely paying attention. And the only ones that have been successful are the ones that operated within the idea that brand ambassadors are important, as in old fans. Netflix is a perfect example. The reason why Strange New Worlds was so successful and it gained a foundation in young people's minds was because older people that recognized the 80s and the nostalgia and Goonies and all of the different elements and member berries that Stranger Things gave us. It recognized that, it enjoyed it, and it brought the younger base via not just literally bringing in the TV and saying, watch for me, but organizing websites and subreddits and communities and doing videos and live streams. They created like this whole, they promoted the entire thing for the next generation. And then after 5 seasons, it did find a root in young people like my teens who would have never watched it without the old community brand ambassadors being there to watch it in the first place.
Promoting. That's why they put an 80s spin on it. But Darren, what do you think? Do you? I mean, what do you think the mentality is here? Why would make these choices?
There's some of this. Right, we're all doing Monday morning quarterbacking this week, and there's some speculation that if I'm an executive and I'm brought in, what I want to do to kind of make my mark and build my career is I'm not invested in a show that somebody else greenlit. So maybe he's motivated to create his own shows and free up some budget to do that. That's entirely possible, but it's just speculative. Jeremy Foucher and Chad is making this point, right? Execs get blamed for a show that fails, that they didn't have any part in creating, but they don't get the praise because they weren't able to greenlit it if it's successful. There might be some truth in that, but I think it's all kind of speculative.
So maybe they don't have the bottom line of Amazon. It's just. I mean, listen, this guy has come from nothing. He made a real good name for himself on Netflix. He's considered one of the up-and-coming new executives. I think you're making a really good point here that this could be just he wants to shine pennies on his toe going forward, and perhaps there's too much risk involved here. That's possible.
I don't want to. Based on the information that I've got behind the scenes from our reporting, I can't confirm or deny that that's part of his mindset. But I think what we can say with some relative certainty is the guy does not seem to be a sci-fi fan. Does not seem to understand fandoms and how important fandoms are to legacy IP like this. And then, if I'm a TV executive and I'm looking around at the landscape of current sci-fi, Brian, you might have been getting at this earlier. I'm looking at the state of Star Trek. I'm looking at the state of Star Wars, which John mentioned. I'm looking at the state of Doctor Who these days. And if I'm looking at all that, like how do I revive Stargate properly when it looks like even the fans don't like the stuff that's being put out.
You're right, Darren. And the thing I would say, if I was exec at that point, I'd say, why are all those IPs in the toilet? It's because they went for the new mythical audience and ignored the existing audience. If they'd stuck to it and built from there, they would be in a very strong position right now. They didn't, and I think Stargate were doing it right. The production team were doing it right, but they were building from that legacy, and we're going to take it forward.
I think it's worse than ignoring. Some of these shows actively, purposely offended and pushed down the original audiences. Because to them, they feel that they need to push the original audience down and lift a new audience up, which is just super short.
Wait. Let me give you an example. Doctor Who, when Shuti Gatwa came in. Shuti Gatwa basically said, all of you gammons to white middle-aged men in the UK. He said, all you gammons just go and touch grass. And then Jinx Monsoon, who was in it, basically said, we don't need you for every one viewer and fan that we've got. We'll make another 5,000 fans. What happened? The show got cancelled because Disney pulled out the deal.
And it was wildly expensive and a wild failure.
We may also have this problem too. So you've got Blair Fetter coming over from Netflix, right? Who did work on Stranger Things. So he's never worked on an IP with a fan base that's decades older that has a huge fan base. And in his mind, he might be thinking, well, look what we did with Stranger Things. Why? We built a new fan base from the new show. It's doable. So in his mind, he may think he has the answers. They don't need to rely on original fans. We'll show up. And then they can build like Stranger Things. The problem is that Stranger Things had they taken that series from something that
they baked in all the 80s stuff. Indiana Jones and Goonies.
What I'm saying is, had they had to honor something that came before, right, that would have been a bigger challenge. You would have had to, okay, well, we need to honor that, bring in the new fans. He would have understood what we were looking at here, but started with a better foundation. So I do think part of it is probably, like I said, guessing. Darren said we don't know for sure. But just based on all the information we have, it seems like he's brought this Netflix mentality over, and Netflix is a streaming first platform. Right? It's not a fan base first. It's how do we keep more eyeballs on here and more things? What do you think?
I mean, yeah.
Yeah,
I was just going to say for me, this is where I am with it, really. You guys all know that I'm very reluctant when a reboot of something is announced now because of what has happened to so many shows, that I'm at a stage in my life now where I'm like, I actually wince a bit when I hear something I love is going to be brought back because I'm worried about what they're going to do to it. The exception to this was Stargate, because I've loved Stargate, since it's first on. I adore it. But I was worried, about I heard, there were always rumours on there might be a new Stargate series. But when I got that announcement that you guys did on your show, Darren, where it's basically Martin and Co. basically saying that Legacy fans come along. I was punching the air, and I was like, this is what I want. They're saying, come along for the journey. The trouble I've got now, and I'm going to be perfectly honest with this, there's a chance that Stargate could come back without Martin and Co. And they could reboot it. And if they reboot it, I won't be watching it. Yeah, I won't be watching it because, it could be the best thing ever. But I don't want to chuck all of the lore and wonderful stuff that those guys created since the beginning of SG-1. Just do a new show with different stuff. That's your mindset. I don't understand the mindset of execs. And again, I don't work in that era, but to say we're going to cancel a show because potentially we've got that mythical new audience. But what we're going to do is we're going to launch a show and we're going to reboot it for that mythical new audience. And we're expecting to get lots and lots of viewers out of it when you've effectively alienated a lot of legacy viewers. You might as well just start with a whole new series and a whole new concept and a whole new show.
Don't even use Stargate name. Just create another show.
And here to John's point, okay, listen up, bros. I'm gonna speak truth. I'm gonna get close to the mic and speak truth because this is exactly right. If you come in and Stargate is still in development and you have got your opinions about how this should be done, you want to stamp on it, great. Make a decision. If that decision is reboot. I was in a position before they announced the new show, before they announced Martin, where I was willing to watch just about everything because I love the franchise. If it's a brand new creative team, okay. Even if it's a creative team I don't have a lot of confidence in, I wouldn't give it a shot. I would have checked it out. But now, the decision's been made. The decision's been announced. Production has started. We've employed a bunch of people. And then you make the decision to pull the plug on it because you want to do something different with the franchise.
Hell no.
That, to me, is the worst part of all this. That it's a cancellation, not a different decision at the 11th hour. It's a cancellation of something that had already been greenlit. And that does damage to your relationship with the audience. That's not just saying core fans are going to show up whatever we give them. That's actively going after your core fans. Harming them. Harming them in the gut. And then telling them to come back and say thank you.
I've never hated Amazon or felt any way toward Amazon. And then this week I'm like, now I feel disdain towards these executives. Same way I felt towards Alex Kurtzman and Kathleen Kennedy. It's crazy how easy it is for you to offend me when you decide that what I love just doesn't matter.
Or the things don't matter, Brian. I think that's part of the problem. Is we feel like we've had dirt kicked in our faces here. I mean, and listen, of all the fan bases to do it to, Stargate fans have suffered the most.
Right.
All of their IPs have been redone, even if it wasn't good or not. They've had their chance. Stargate hasn't even had its chance. And you're going to bury us in the ashes of Rings of Power and Wheel of Time? Like, is that what's happening here? So, I mean, I hope that they eventually do something. They may choose to put us on a shelf for a while until something else comes along. But in the meantime, maybe what can we do? What can we do? We still want our voice to be heard. We don't want to give up. We don't. We fought for 15 years, guys. Why would we quit now?
Darren fought for a lot longer.
Darren's doing it.
Darren's been building this websites for front page and Windows 98.
Right. So the fight has been on, and so we can't quit now. So let's talk about what can people do. There's a lot of people doing it. I'm on X, Twitter, and there's a lot of people that are sending letters, sending emails. People are. The talk is on. So, Darren, can you talk a little bit about some of the strategies that we've been talking about to pull together as a fandom and to see how we can make our voice be heard in the best way possible?
Yeah, the fan response, no surprise, has been even outpacing our ability to cover it. I've got stuff lined up to run a Gate World that is now 3 days old, just because there's been so much going on, we've been live streaming so much. But people are already doing stuff. There were multiple petitions popped up last week. There was a GoFundMe to raise money to fly a banner over the head of MGM Studios headquarters. There's campaigns to send tissue boxes. That's right. The tissue box from Children of the Gods. Thanks, send more. That's been a Stargate fan campaign idea for many years. Fruit Loops for Window of Opportunity. All these different ideas are in the mix, and some people are running forward with them. There's 2 campaign sites that have launched just because fans were motivated to put it out there. So what we're going to do at Gate World and Validate, kind of right because we have been in the middle of this, the announcement. What I want to do is get some of these people together, some of the people who have made these sort of initial efforts, and just get everybody on the same page. Like let's have a common message. Let's pick a single hashtag. Let's figure out which petition we want to drive everybody toward. It's great to have all this out there, right? I think people should go nuts, but I think they should be respectful when they're writing Amazon. Be rational, right? You don't want an executive to pick up your letter or your email and say, "Oh, this is the fandom we're dealing with." Well, okay, we don't need to please these people. But if you're thoughtful about what you love, what you want, why you think this was a bad strategic decision for Amazon's business, and be positive about it, be constructive about it, I think that's going to go a long way. So I'm going to throw Gate World's weight behind everything. And once we figure out what the common message is, we're going to be behind everything and just kind of let people go nuts because they are.
Yeah, I've got a radical, myself personally, plan, okay, and it is using the ring system into the Amazon studio executive. And I'm walking up to the execs and I'm going to go, it's going to go one of two ways today, guys. You're either going to make the right decision or you're going to make the wrong decision.
I'm going to go to bed.
Yeah.
I'm here to talk to Blair.
Yeah, I'm not getting there. It's like the SG-1 episode. Where security throne. Seth sat on his throne. Lots of women everywhere. Exciting things, yeah.
What if Blair's an actual ghoul?
That would be brilliant, wouldn't it?
Yeah, listen, everything Darren says is right. And we're going to be getting together with them along with other people. And there's going to be, like, I think we talked yesterday about hashtag Save Stargate. Probably makes the most sense for a hashtag.
That's what I like.
It's already trending a little bit. That's the one we should consolidate. That's the only one we should use. As an SEO guy, don't use 15 hashtags. Use one hashtag. Okay, one. And I think that should be hashtag Save Stargate. Sign all the petitions.
Right now, sign all the petitions. We're going to figure out where to channel people to maximize impact. But right now, there's 4 petitions. Go sign them all. Michael Shanks has been retweeting multiple petitions, so there's stuff you can do right now.
Yeah, ours is almost at 6K. Everyone go get. We need. What do we need? I think someone, Dave or someone said. No, it was. They said We need, and maybe it was you, Darren. But, you know, 50K is good, but we need 10 times that amount to get anyone to notice us.
Yeah. We need a lot of signatures. If there's millions of fans out there, then we need a million signatures, guys. So if you know somebody, and I know this is not the way the world works right now, but if you know a Stargate fan who might not be locked into YouTube fandom or Twitter fandom, X fandom, send this to them. Let's get those signatures from those people. It only takes about 2 minutes to sign one of these things. Super easy. It doesn't cost you anything. So spread the word. Help us get the message out so that we can do that. At least let's do our best. We are very we're old hats at this. We have a lot of experience. I mean, how many tweet storms did we go through?
Wow.
That Joe Malazzi, started up and then that you guys pushed. We've done this before. So let's get Stargate, trending on all the social media sites. Let's keep the volume out there. And I know a lot of you want to give up right now. A lot of you want to say screw it. Tired. But let me tell you,
it's always darkest before the dawn.
It's always dark before the dawn.
That's not true.
And this is where we need to make our last stand.
And John lives in a ditch.
I live in a ditch. I sold my home for loads of Master Replica stuff. So that's it. I've literally their new production facility. I've been sat out there in my ditch for months.
Upgrade to the dumpster.
Watching them get it all together as I eat craft service while holding my death light over my hand.
I gotta say, I'm jealous of your Master Replica, man. I really want one. All right.
Yeah, so get out there and go. Make sure you guys are following Darren on YouTube, on X, Twitter. Go to make sure you go check out his website, gatewayworld.net. Just if you want to stay plugged in, just go around and subscribe to everybody. Make sure you're subscribed here if you're not already. And let's be one mind. We're going to be talking about this over the next several weeks moving forward as things go about, and we'll make sure we keep you updated. So, is there anything else you guys want to talk about?
I think share content that is respectful and relevant to the fight.
So because we don't want to, the one thing Amazon, and you guys talked about this on the Thursday show, one thing Amazon's going to ignore is threats, and as frustrated and angry as we are, we're not saying you can't be frustrated and angry, but when communicating with them, they're not going to listen to threats, they're just going to ignore it. What they really want to hear, what may reach them is sharing why not only were you going to watch the show, but your non-Stargate fan was going to watch the show, your children were going to watch the show, how you were going to bring other people not already part of the fandom to watch the show. Maybe that would convince them that there's a bigger audience out there than they believe there is.
Yeah, this is important though. Sharing relevant and respectful content. The best thing you can do, sign the petition. Yes, make your calls and emails. But I gotta tell you, when it comes to marketing, especially on social media, and I'm a marketing guy, the best thing you can do is individually share anything you agree with in connection to this campaign. So don't share everything. Don't share the stuff that you think looks bad or makes sense or is disrespectful. Share the stuff that you think is good, that's respectful, and is actually working for this campaign. And share it much again. Share on every network, retweet it, requote it, whatever, put it on Reddit, put it everywhere. You cannot underestimate the power of websites like Reddit and Twitter, maybe not Facebook so much, but these places is where a lot of news articles will pick up their news from. They will report on something that's trending on X and on Reddit. And those reports turn to more trend. And that turned to more reports until it's so big that no one can ignore it anymore. And this has been done a few times. But in the age of the current version of Twitter, it's going to be actually easier to do because the platform is easier to get organic traffic.
Can I also say something as well? I want to ask you guys this. Is it worth also saying to people, look, if you like Stargate stuff, make sure you sign up and subscribe to YouTube channels that do Stargate stuff, because surely they're watching. You know, the views are going up on channels on YouTube, because I would suspect they're watching YouTube for interest in Stargate. I mean, you guys know more than I do on it. Yeah.
So
But if you get it, if you get it trending,
there's always hidden tools that like measure what topics and what specific social communities are popular at the time, that day, that hour, that week, whatever. And so you know, if a bunch of if like 1,000 channels went live in one day, all talking about the same thing, that would have 100%. Click that little store ticker over and show Stargate as being a trending topic on YouTube. For sure.
I think there was a way to get larger creators, you know, the million plus creators talking about this. That's what's going to get probably the most notice. If when you start getting some of the larger media sites, let's say, you know, it ended up on some of the bigger trending, actual news sites. That might get the attention of Amazon.
Our petition was on IGN, Kotaku, and Collider. Yes. So like those are real news sites. They've been around for a long time. It's not Variety or Deadline, but those are still huge news sites owned by very large companies. So the fact that they're talking about this because Michael Shanks tweeted it out, and all of a sudden the petition had like an extra 20,000 signatures the same day. They're talking about that in connection to the news, and that's going, like the thing about news, especially online, is everything's incestuous. Like, they report on each other. If you can get the ball rolling, Joseph Malazzi said it so perfect years ago during a tweet storm. Once the deluge starts, then you can't stop it. And we have to get that to a tipping point where they're reporting on each other. Once they're reporting on each other,
that's a really good point, Brian. Darren, question for you.
I plan
know Mike Shanks has gotten actively involved.
I'm working.
Do you know if it's possible to get some other OG, David
to sign the petition.
Some of the other OG players involved. Is there anybody who's actually looking into that? I know that Martin can only do so much under NDA. Joe's under NDA. What do you think there is for that support?
And Brad as a consulting producer is also under NDA, but you'll notice he tweeted about it. He tweeted his disappointment. That was a thunderclap for somebody who doesn't use Twitter anymore.
Yeah, right. His handle still his Traveler show.
Yeah, Brad. Yeah. It's I think that the other cast and crew can be rallied at the right time for the right thing, right? Most of the Stargate actors who are active on social media don't want to necessarily put themselves out there for everything, particularly when it's negative, right? A show's been canceled, and shame on you, Amazon, and fans have got to rally. But if the right people call them and say, okay, we're doing this right, when Joe Malazzi was organizing or involved in organizing the tweet storms back in, 2019, I think. Right. Before Amazon bought the studio. Folks like Joe can go
it's important.
Cast and crew and say, we're going to do a big push, can you retweet this? And then that's when you'll start to see the Jewel States and the Joe Flanagans. And maybe Amanda come out.
Yeah, Amanda. I mean, she's a working director. That's the other question you ask yourself: how they want to put themselves on.
Yeah, these guys don't want to burn bridges.
They don't want to. Yeah, some people are actually actively working on Amazon funded stuff. So.
Well, even Martin has an Amazon contract, so this isn't the end of Martin.
We don't want to blow up their career. That's not. We can do this without hurting someone's livelihood. Okay.
No, I mean, we're being genuine here. We're just trying to get. Look at this is the right path. I'm sorry, Amazon. I'm sorry. You guys are watching. This is the way to go. And listen, we're a bunch of longtime fans of a lot of franchises. We've seen it come and go. I mean, I wish there was one of us that could be in the room to say, look, you guys aren't thinking about this correctly. And so hopefully our joint voices can somehow get this message.
There were at least 5 of us in that room, but they were all superseded by a 42-year-old guy from Netflix.
44.
44. That's what drives me nuts. Bunch of seasoned creators actively working on a greenlit project were superseded by a dude younger than me from Netflix. Just showed up and decided
who's not a fan.
Who's not a fan. Guy shows up out of nowhere and supersedes, what is it? Easily 60 years of creative experience. More creative experience has been a lie. He just supersedes it in a weekend.
I'm going to speak directly to this executive.
I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but
I
understand. It's so frustrating to see someone younger than me supersede Martin Garrett, Brad Wright, and Joe Malone. It's like,
exactly. I'm going to speak directly to this executive, and it's this. Look, what you've done this week, to me personally, you've stopped me finding out what is happening with what happened to Atlantis. I wanted to know. Okay. I don't know that now. You've taken that off the board. So let's meet up. Let's have a latte. Me and you talk it out. We'll come to an agreement where Martin and Co come back in, and I'll do what I need to do to make
John, stop threatening people on YouTube, okay?
I believe
that maybe he's offering some
Maybe it's in right.
There's a ditch outside the production facility.
I see where you're going here. Sexual favors. That's what I'm hearing. There's a member section, bro.
If I get Martin Co back and a new Stargate series, and I have to do what I have to do.
All right, let's stop. Sorry.
Family show.
Okay, we've given you all the links, we've given you all the information. We're going to move on to the next topic, but please get out there and be part of the community and pay attention to Darren's Twitter. Not just our Twitter. I know you love us. Great. Awesome. But Darren is going to be attempting. I'm so sorry, Darren. You have the guy that organized this. I'm just realizing right now, Darren's like, damn it. I wanted to have one weekend off. I get it, bro. But unfortunately, you're the only guy for the job. So pay attention to Darren's Twitter. He's going to be putting more information out. And we need to consolidate our efforts out there and push. This is probably our last chance to get proper canonical Stargate back on the silver screen. So please join us. And let us know what you guys think in the chat and the comments. We are moving on.
Thank you for supporting this. Thank you for being a part of it. Stargate fans are amazing. I think we're going to make noise. I don't know if we're going to change anybody's mind, but we're going to make noise. We're going to go down swinging.
Amen to that.
I mean, having to help organize people, just like David's traveling in Europe right now, I can hardly get him to respond to me. But we're just going to kind of get everybody pointed in the same direction, and then I don't have interest in running a campaign.
Darren's like, I got canceled this week. David's not even here.
Well, he was in France, right? Because they were showing off, the children of MacGyver were showing off their 1/1 scale Stargate replica at a convention in Metz, France. And Richard Dean Anderson was there. He got his picture taken with the Stargate. It was a big moment of celebration, right? That team's been building that Stargate for at least 15 years.
Yep. Darren, we've just with Brian, just to make clear, and this came up last week. I live in the UK. Brian does tend to think that France and Paris.
Yeah. There's no difference. Look, all I know is that quite far away. That place is over the water to the east. That's all I know. So when you say Paris, I think, John, you live there, right?
Yeah. You just think I like to skip across the channel.
Okay, we're going to talk about Master of the Universe next first. We got Super Chat from Latino Slant. What's up, Holly, my brother from another mother? For Darn999, he says, the truth is most VPs that can green light don't care. Yeah, I guess that's probably true. Yeah, once you get that kind of power, you probably don't care anymore, right?
And just note, Paulie is going to be on the show next week. So he's our special guest next week on the show. We have a lot of really wonderful things to talk about.
Yes, and that show is going to be entirely in Espanol.
What?
That's me.
Because we're, I'll tell you what, we're trying to get another audience. So what we're going to do is we're going to abandon our English-speaking audience and go solely for a Spanish-speaking one. And you know what? The English people, they'll come around regardless because they always watch.
Nobody's interested in English language content.
Yeah,
Right.
Solamente.
Viva Mexico!
I'm sorry, it's a perfect example. Like when you make like a Zoomer show that has no connection or anything, actively affects and damages the original canon of a property or franchise you love, what you're doing is you're essentially speaking a different language and expecting the people that speak the original language to show up and watch your new language. Makes no sense. All right. Anyways, yes, Paulie will be here next week.
Yes, he'll be here next week. Thank you so much for the super chat. Listen, if you guys, have any questions for Darren, now's a good time to put him in before we do the next segment.
There was a question up here, actually. Yeah, there's one. It was highlighted. I thought you highlighted it, man.
If I did, it was an accident.
Look, I've been doing YouTube for a long time on like 12 channels. I don't understand why some chat messages are highlighted. I'm not talking about the ones that are super chats. Some regular chat messages for seemingly no reason, okay, are just highlighted. Like this one. You see on the screen? Is it the Reds that did that?
Probably. I'm guessing. I don't see the highlighted thing.
10 years, a dozen channels still haven't figured it out. Anyways, this is from Tron Rapids. So may I ask a question? Are Amazon saying it looked like a similar thing to Starfleet Academy? Or is it that it's going to be like SG-1 and Atlantis and stay true to it?
I'm sorry. One more time.
I'm just reading verbatim what he said.
Well, obviously what they want to do is they want to, what it seems like, if they want to do something, and I'm not 100% convinced that this just isn't an attempt to put Stargate on the shelf by Fed. There's a part of me that feels that way. But let's say they didn't like this strategy, and the strategy was, let's go find a new audience. Yes, essentially what they're saying is they want, Stargate Academy. Or something like that, where a brave new bunch of young Stargate, people from the SGC go out to worlds with their Stargate Academy and explore new
I can picture it now. You're under attack from Jafar in this reboot on the Stargate Academy, and as all the shots are coming in, they're talking to each other and going, "How do you feel? How do you feel about yourself? Are you okay? How are you? I haven't spoken to you. I haven't connected to you for a while. Yeah, mate, getting shot at. How do you feel?"
Again, in episode 200, with the new Zoomer cast, they had this amazing scene that at the time I thought was funny, but I didn't see how unbelievably true it was. And when it goes from the new young Tilk, where he's like, "Yo, Wonder Bread," and it goes down to the planet and shows Vala hanging out with Jackson, the new kid versions, and Jackson goes, "I don't think Mitchell likes me," and Vala's like, "I'm pregnant." It was really funny at the time. It was so to me it was random. But then years later, I'm watching Star Trek Discovery, where that exact thing, almost verbatim, plays out on screen. I'm like, oh my God, these guys, they predicted what the executives would want. It's Brad and Joe Malazzi are brilliant.
That's what scares me about a reboot with Stargate without Martin and Co involved, because it will be like Star Trek, where you're like, they will take some of the tech, some of the ships, and it would, you think, it feels the same, but there's something terribly wrong about it.
Yeah, like ships have pronouns and wants to talk about feelings.
Exactly.
Which, by the way, not a joke, that actually happened in Star Trek Discovery.
Yeah. There's a couple of good comments here that I think we didn't address. Darren would probably be able to address this. This is from J.O. and Full. What about fan funding the project and making fan producers invest more and get more royalties? And also Sunflower 8587, how about crowdfunding and donate? There's an IP issue right here.
Yeah, this is where saying a lot of the early reactions to this are Amazon is not responsible for Stargate, they should sell it, somebody else should come and buy it, or Joe Flanagan back in 2010 when MGM went bankrupt, floated the idea of getting a bunch of investors together and leasing the franchise license for a decade. MGM said no to that. It's like, to be realistic with everybody, Amazon really does still value Stargate as an IP, so they're not going to sell it. They're not going to license it. And fans can make fan films all day long. That's great. I would love to see more Stargate fan film productions, but you gotta still navigate those licensing issues with the studio, because the studio can shut you down. And if they're going to work on a new Stargate project, and they're worried about market confusion, this is the best way to get yourself a cease and desist letter. Is if they're doing something else, or they've licensed like a video game, and they're worried about market confusion, that's when they'll send a cease and desist.
Yep, our Voyager documentary, which has gone on like a couple million views, right? I forgot. Might be 3 million views. Anyways, it got really popular, and I think it's at 3 million views. And the guy who had made the Deep Space Nine and other documentaries, whatever, he was, remember, he had done a bunch of crowdfunding, $8 million in crowdfunding for the Voyager documentary. And we came out with a Voyager documentary without crowdfunding. Just made a Voyager documentary. We didn't go to Kickstarter or whatever.
That's how we roll.
We just made one and put it on YouTube for free. For no money. Okay? Anyways, it was so popular that guy tried to get Paramount to do the market confusion cease and desist against our video, so that it wouldn't affect his, I'm assuming it wouldn't affect his, whatever he was doing on crowdfunding. And Paramount was like, no. Because we weren't actually breaking any rules. Because we did follow the guidelines. We weren't actively creating
I thought about that
properly and just showing on screen. So you can make fan stuff. You should. Our entire business on YouTube is making fan stuff. 100% make fan stuff. But don't just like upload scenes, upload episodes or whatever from the show. Like respect the property. You'll get shut down real quick. If you make fan films, don't use logos, don't use their music. Make your own stuff. You can operate inside that universe, but don't use any of their trademark material. That's how you make fan films.
Yeah, that's great advice, and it's worth saying. Also, I'm pretty sure the word Stargate is not trademarked.
No, it's not.
Because it's Stargate is used for other kinds of products. If you look at the IP trademark records, there's all kinds of different things that different companies
a lot of Stargates
have trademarked Stargate for. So I think using the name is I mean, I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice, but.
No.
The government uses Stargate.
Yes,
Stargate SG-1 is
Stargate SG-1 is
Stargate as a television series about people traveling through a gate.
Stargate Atlantis is trademark. Stargate Universe is trademark. Yeah, but the word Stargate is not. So you want to make, let's say you and your buddies are doing an off-site thing, Stargate, K2025 beta site, like whatever, like call it your own thing. Like make it yours. Don't use their trademark music, trademark logos, or trademark portal graphics. Make your own stuff, and you're good. I guess we're in the time right now where fan films is not legal advice. But we're in the time where fan films have got to be so much easier. There was a time when we made films, short films, and funny skits and stuff like that. You had After Effects and Premiere, Vegas, and Cubase, all this stuff. And now people are like, hey, ChatGPT, make me a video about a Stargate. And just sort of string together your narrative or whatever. Yeah, make Stargate trademark. All right.
Stargate trademark.
Stargate 1.
That's good.
All right.
Well, Darren, are you guys planning to do like a second you, David, and Jenny stream again? Is that coming maybe down the road, or as updates come in, you guys plan to do it again?
As we get more information and there's more stuff that's worth talking about, I'm sure that we'll do more State of the Gates. Those usually live on Dialgate. people want to follow Valgate on YouTube. I just got a row of texts from Jenny, so there's conversations that are happening.
Oh, good.
Hey, so this is a
Those
perfect,
to talk about for sure.
perfect example. Raj Rudra, thank you for that comment. He put hashtag we want Stargate, hashtag bring back Stargate, hashtag save Stargate, hashtag. Listen, when you guys put posts on the internet, I'm telling you, like this is what I do here. When you put posts on social networks, any social site, anything, anywhere on the internet, one hashtag. Because they use a scoring system called Boolean, and what happens is every hashtag you add to that minimizes the score of the other hashtag. So if we all use one hashtag, right now, every single person posting on Stargate use one hashtag, it'd be trending in and out.
Save Stargate.
Save hashtag save Stargate. Just use that one. Let's just lock that in. Hashtag save Stargate. That's the only one.
Yeah. Does what it needs to do.
All right, guys. Okay, so there it is. Thank you, Lord Todd. Okay. So we're talking about He-Man, Masters of the Universe. One thing that bothered me about the movie is that I thought we were going to get that bit.
He-Man.
Where the camera pans up on his desk, and it has his pronoun that says he/man. But instead,
he/him.
I know, but I thought they were going to go with he/man because sometimes the pronouns will show like man or instead of him. It would have been so much funnier if it was he/man. I'm just saying.
Can I ask a question about it? Because I haven't seen it yet. But did they do like the 80s cartoons where there's a moral at the end of the movie where he stands up and goes, hey kids, don't do drugs.
They absolutely did.
Hey kids.
Minor spoiler, they did, and I don't want to spoil those credits. I did see it yesterday. Yeah. No, Thursday. On Thursday. And we won't spoil it for you, but that is one of the cool things about that movie. I love that movie.
I was watching the cartoons back by my set like last week, and it's funny like those moral ones. Like one of them is like what Man-at-Arms is doing, and he's like, hey kids, just remember, if you see a white van outside your school, don't go near it. Tell someone in authority. Until next time, take care. You're like, so I want to see those come back.
So did they turn it into a joke, Shane?
No, it wasn't a joke. It was actually a moral for the movie.
Really?
It wasn't a joke. It was kind of an end credit scene right before the credits rolled. But let me ask you guys before we get into it, how many of you actually watched Masters of the Universe and He-Man when we were kids?
Yeah, I did! Skeletor!
And how many of you were fans of it?
I'd seen it.
Yeah, I remember. It had a huge breakout moment when I was in like second grade. So I was the audience for it.
Yeah.
I don't remember any figures, but I watched it every day after school.
My parents would not get me the figures because they were all naked. I remember our dad saying, we can't get them in figures. There's a bunch of nude people.
Big bare-chested men.
Bunch of nude people. We're just opening up trouble, buddy.
There's that Family Guy skit where Stewie's on the floor in the lounge. He's playing with Lion-O, Thundercats, and He-Man. They both got X and they've got hardly anything on. Right, like that. And then he looks at the camera and he goes, yeah. Your gay son is all on you, parents.
Yeah, I mean, you got a good point. That show definitely had, like, if you were thinking the wrong way, it had sort of a homoerotic I mean, a bunch of, like, mostly naked dudes walking around in loincloths.
Yeah. So hold on, because what's really important. So you said, okay. So let's just a little context here. I was 10 years old when Masters of the Universe came out, and I guess between all of us, we were the target demographic. And I watched it. I enjoyed it.
Of course, if you know, He-Man was created to sell toys. The cartoon didn't exist on its own. It was like Mattel was like trying to sell this toy, and so they did that with a lot of properties back in time.
Yeah, Star Wars prequels, anyone?
Other ones. So now all these years later, we've had other iterations of Masters of the Universe. We had the '80s movie, which I don't think it's a big.
That was with Dolph, right?
Dolph Lundgren does have a cameo in this movie.
Can I say, I didn't mind that movie.
Most of us didn't.
I like it. I like it.
I mean, it hit the spot that I needed back then. It wouldn't hold up today, but back then, like in the early 90s, I probably loved it, actually.
Well, the 80s movies are so bizarre because you've got Courtney Cox, who's basically leaving town because her parents died in a plane crash. But she's decided, let's move town because I want to get away from it all. So what I'm going to do, because I can't handle the emotion of it all, I'm going to go to the prom with my boyfriend who still wants to be with me. Then I'm going to leave town. Wouldn't you just leave town? It's a weird thing, narrative of the movie.
The movie has problems, but so does most of what they've done with Masters of the Universe since then. So there's been a strong desire to create more content for He-Man, but they've had trouble, right? So we ended up with the Kevin Smith animated series, right? A few years ago.
Which went after the mythical audience, John.
Which went after the mythical audience and didn't quite hit with original fans. And so then some time passed, and now we have this 2026 Masters of the Universe, which I would argue has been strongly marketed, strongly targeting not only original fan bases, but also children. It would be getting the kids coming, because they say He-Man and Masters of the Universe is going to get all audiences, right?
Yeah, my nephew, I was showing the trailer to my wife yesterday, because it was like a pseudo-anniversary. And she was asking me one of the movies. I'm like, no, there's nothing going on. She's like, what? I heard there was another movie. I'm like, let me show you the trailer of the movie you're referring to, Christina. And I play it first. She goes, oh, I'll watch that. But my nephew's behind her. She goes, I do.
Right. So Masters of the Universe has come out, and it's not done bad. I think the Rotten Tomatoes more in the 60s. It's got a little bit higher fan score. But there is a divided audience for this. So what they came out and decided they wanted to do was they wanted to, if you kind of, they wanted to do the thing where they take themselves, they're serious, but also it's a comedy, right? So they kind of went down the Thor: Love and Thunder route, I think, a little bit with this.
I mean, like, that's not, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to push back on what you said, but I keep seeing people compare Supergirl to Guardians of the Galaxy. Masters of the Universe to Guardians of the Galaxy.
Well, that's because they're being, well, I would say Masters of the Universe, Guardians.
We would need
people
so the humor
in this is not Guardians of the Galaxy.
Those.
Okay.
There is a little bit of Marvel did start this thing. Okay. But I'm saying this movie is, it kind of has a tonal issue where it doesn't know whether to take itself seriously, because it starts out serious and then it wants to be kind of slapstick comedy-ish. And it kind of finds itself in this weird place where the reason why a lot of people didn't like that Thor movie was because they felt like it was a little bit trying to be too funny, right?
Right.
So they have the same problem, I think, with this movie. So some of the people who are criticizing it are saying that, well, it's not taking the original source material seriously, and it's also spending a lot of time laughing at itself. What I would say is this movie was made, like, let's say a 17-year-old was watching He-Man and Masters of the Universe and decided they were going to make a movie about it. That's about what this movie is. So it spends a lot of time kind of laughing at itself, taking advantage of the memes that we've seen over time. We actually had a huge kind of blow up on X. I put out a review after I watched it, and I basically came out and said, look, so to be clear, Masters of the Universe is not a movie you want to take your kids to. Because they have a lot of very inappropriate things in it. Like fisting jokes, several of them 6 to 10 fisting jokes. Because you got Fisto in there, right? The character who's a giant fist. So they're making these kind of fisting jokes. And then you have Ram Man who likes to hit people with his head. So there's some give him head jokes, right? And then Tila throws the P word at Cringer at one point.
By the way, guys, we're not pearl clutching people or these words offend us. Shane's referring to taking your children to see it.
Right.
It's way different.
Like I said, this was marketed to take my kids. I asked my kids to see it. It is PG-13, to be clear. So I did take my 13-year-old kid to see it. But let me tell you something. I don't want to sit through these jokes with my 13-year-old.
They write these kind of jokes, I think, because they think, okay, the parents are going to laugh, they're going to think it's funny, it's going to go over the heads of the kids. I have a 13-year-old, I think those jokes do not go over the heads of kids.
Not anymore. I think Darren's right, they used to go over the head, but now these kids are way educated. They know what these things are. And I don't want to sit there and watch anything with my kids talking about any sexual act whatsoever. And when they're 18 and 19, I still don't want to watch movies with my daughters when they're referring to sexual acts. It's weird. I don't know why we always have to do this.
So this movie was made for 40-year-old dudes, obviously. This was made for 40-year-old guys. But because the studio wants the kids, they've kind of targeted it. So I'm just warning everybody. It's not saying you shouldn't go see this movie. Not saying you won't enjoy it. What I'm saying is I wouldn't take the kids unless you're prepared to have to explain to them what fisting is. And why Tila called,
Tila.
Cringer the P word, and then He-Man cleans up, what do you mean pussycat? So it's like, okay. It was a lot, trust me.
So I did sneak in and watch like the first half of this before my wife was like, I can't do this anymore. Okay. Wait, she walked out of it? No, we went to go watch Obsession. She wanted to see Obsession. So I had seen Obsession, she had not seen it, right? I knew she would like it, but Obsession was so good. And afterwards, I'm like, hey, the Master Universe just started. We're right here. Let me just pop in real quick. By the way, there was no one in the theater. Okay, there were like two guys in the very back, and they were on their phones, and very loud Friday night. Yeah, Friday night. It was dead, bro. And we watched half of it, and at some point, my wife goes, look, I gotta go. This is not. I can't. You want to get an Uber or something?
Yeah.
Give me the key.
Not like the marriage is on the line, but like, I can't do this anymore.
I can't. The movie is not for my wife. Okay, she's 100%. She was like, I gotta go. So I wasn't able to finish it. I planned to watch it and pay money to watch it. For all those out there freaking out. I'm gonna go pay money to watch it. And I pay a membership fee. Look, I could have got the ticket for free anyway. I would have to go back out and get the whole thing. Anyways, I do want to watch it. I do think it was made for me. But I'm not going to take my wife and my kids.
Yeah. Well, and so this movie, to get back, I'm sorry, this is kind of a long-winded way to get back to it. So this movie, if you were a fan of it when you were a kid, and you don't mind it making fun of itself, then you're probably going to enjoy this movie. I will say that Skeletor's great. Jared Leto did a fantastic voice, and Skeletor's exactly the kind of character you would expect to have. All the casting's pretty darn good. They all kind of become their characters. I would say that the parts on
what just happened?
Decided to go that route. I know they wanted to do the fish out of water thing because that's very successful in a lot of movies, but I don't think it's necessary to tie the two together. It's kind of boring, actually.
Can I ask you my favorite? Real quick, John. Can I ask you about that? Because I wasn't able to get to all of it. When did the action start?
Right away. So it actually starts out on Eternia, and Skeletor attacks.
Yeah, so I saw that part, but then I left, and he's like on Earth.
Okay, well, Man-at-Arms does get into a really great fight scene in the beginning. When he's trying to protect Princess.
I missed that. I guess because I got there a little bit late, and I didn't get to see this. I'm sitting there, I'm like, where is all the fighting? I was there for like 35 minutes, and no one took the sword, bro.
Yeah, go ahead, John.
I was just saying, my theory is the reason that they've got him on Earth is because they're thinking about sequels and they're trying to tie in She-Ra at some point, because She-Ra, if you don't remember, she was taken by Hordak from memory. So she's gone, and I think there was always a case of trying to maybe hide kids to save them from being taken. So I think it would be something like that. Yeah.
Hold on to that thought. Hold on. Go watch the movie. Okay, because I don't want to give anything away. But you're on to something, John. Okay. And also,
damn, I'm good. Damn, I'm good.
And I'm actually way more than I remember.
I don't even remember most of those names. You're saying words I don't recognize, bro.
So they go back to Earth, and I know that there's a kind of a you get this introduction to Nicholas Galaxy, who plays He-Man, and I wasn't familiar with this actor. He was in Sheep Detectives, which I recognized. Like that's the dude from the Masters of the Universe trailers. He's in Sheep Detectives, right?
By the way, Sheep Detectives was an incredible movie. I loved it. Incredible movie. I was blown away. I was dragged there, and I was so bored. I thought I would be bored, and I'm like, oh, it's heartwarming. Really nice movie.
Yeah, and Nicholas Galaxy is he's not a bad He-Man. He spends most of the money, or most of the movie, being Adam, being Prince Adam. Frankly speaking. That's what I saw. And there's, you guys remember Prince Adam was kind of cowardly, goofy, pink help. Right.
But still, for some reason, mega jacked.
Right. They're trying to hide his gigantic muscles in like a salmon shirt. Guys,
Darren is right. Darren is 100% right, and it adds to something I've always thought as a kid. Ever since I was a kid, I was like, how the hell does Skeletor have pecs? Even as a kid, I'd sit there and I'd like, maybe this is why maybe people thought that John's a bit old as a kid.
Skeletor is a man. Skeleton is a Skeletor.
You know what you should have done with
magic? Okay, proceed.
What they should have done with He-Man is just gone Captain America route, where when he was the Prince, he was like a little weakling guy, and when he was He-Man, he was big old buff and jack. That would have been cool.
That's what. Well, yeah, but from the cartoon, Prince Adam was jacked.
I know. It doesn't make any sense.
I know, but that's part of it.
It's like, oh, hang on a minute. Adam's disappeared, but He-Man's turned up. He's got exactly the same haircut. Is roided up exactly the same as him. The only thing that's gone is his pink shirt, and he's put furry pants on. That's the difference.
It's the same person.
Anything on the show, though. I mean, here we are, grown men picking a 1980s cartoon. That's true. It wasn't like a secret identity thing, was it?
It was supposed to be.
Yeah. Where did Prince Adam go?
If I remember, Man-at-Arms and Sorceress knew.
Those are the only two who knew he was actually He-Man. And what's
no. Everyone knew.
I know. Okay, so listen, not to do a big spoiler on you guys, they do have that moment in the movie.
Everyone knows.
Some of the kind of cool stuff about the movie is some of the things where they do self-recognize, and some of the things from the cartoon. I'm not going to spoil it because it is fun to watch some of that. Some of the issues of the movie, though, is that Nicholas pretty much stays Prince Adam the whole movie. So even though he does become He-Man in some moments, he's still Prince Adam. And one of the things was that when He-Man, when he made the transformation, there was a transformation even though the guy looked the same. The attitude things. So I feel like they kind of made a mistake there. Another mistake was casting Alison Brie, who I absolutely love.
I love Alison Brie.
She's one of the reasons I want to watch this movie.
I love her so much, but she is not an evil villain.
No?
Really? I was so... It was actually a little bit cringy, to be honest with you. I was so disappointed that she didn't pull off that character. And it might just be not a great casting. Maybe it's the direction that Travis Knight...
She is such a fun actor, bro. I love her and everything she does. I even watch the romance stuff that I shouldn't like, and I like it because she's in it.
Because Meg Foster was great in the 80s movie. Who played Lily.
Yeah, even blue eyes. there needed to be a more gravitas type of acting, a little more evilish. But the thing is that when you were talking about the sexual thing, they went all in on that in this movie. Like the whole like Evelyn kind of gets off on being joked by Skeletor a little bit, and Skeletor's constantly making jokes about He-Man's like obviously digging He-Man's body. That's so Allison Brie. That's an Allison Brie joke right there. Okay, yeah, talk about his giant sword hanging between his thighs.
Have you ever seen any of the community behind the scenes stuff? Like all the bloopers were because Allison Brie would turn everything into a dirty joke. Everything. Yeah. And some of the stuff they kept in the show.
You just made me would have done that, and I thought that was maybe took me out a little bit, you know.
You've just made me think about the morals at the end of the cartoons now in the 80s. I've just thought of another thing, and it's like when He-Man stood there like that with his arms, like all roided up, and he goes, "Remember, kids, don't do drugs until next week." See that? You're like, yeah, you hypocrite, you're roided up to the max.
Don't do drugs, comma, space, until next week? Or don't do drugs until next week? Was there a comma in there or not? I'm confused.
Is he injected steroids in his chest?
Remember, kids? Yeah. Don't do drugs.
Until next week. Monkey Jeebus makes a good point here. Marina Baccarin plays the sorceress. She did a great job. She's in this movie as well. I mean, this is good casting. You know, Idris Elba was a good Man-at-Arms. I don't like. I'm not a huge fan of the Broken Man. Narrative that a lot of these movies have, and some people are going to call this woke, just because the men do go through a period of being very broken, and I don't want to say too much about it to ruin it for you guys, but I do not like the state of Man-at-Arms through a good portion of this movie. But I love Idris Elba as an actor, and I do think he did a great job as that character. So the casting's good. It's a little slow in a few parts. So I did find myself checking my watch, which you should not do in a movie like this, which is not good. But there were the fight scenes were fantastic. The ultimate fight scene between He-Man and Skeletor was I would say perfect. Like exactly how you would show He-Man and Skeletor fighting. I don't want to say too much about it because I think you need to experience that moment. And overall, I didn't love this movie, but I didn't hate it. I'm kind of somewhere in the middle. And I do think it's worth watching. I don't know if I'll watch it again, per se. But I do think if you're a fan of the original show, there are things about it you might like.
That's for me, that's what I want to hear. That's enough to get me to watch the movie. That's a good review. I just don't want it to be awful. I don't want it to be embarrassing. To Brian's experience earlier, like I know this is going straight into that category of movies that I'm not going to ask my wife to watch with me. Right. This is I'm not going to pay $18 for it. This is one I'm going to find when I'm on the couch by myself after everybody's gone to bed. I'm like, okay, it's on streaming now. It's time to get this.
Well said, Darren.
It's the 11:30 movie, bro. That's what this is.
You don't need to go to the theater to see this one. I mean, if you're like you need the the big screen experience perhaps, but like I think you'll get the same out of it whether you see it in the theater or not.
Yeah, this whole week has not been a good movie for take your wife to see a movie. like scary movie.
Power Ballad. Take her to see Power Ballad.
I can't sit through Power Ballad though. So we're going to talk about Scary Movie next, and that's another movie on that list. So stay tuned for that. But to wrap this up, basically what Shane's saying is, go ahead and wait for it to come out on screen. That's what I heard.
Yeah, and I initially gave it a C on my initial review. I think I was still a little frustrated about having to look at my, sit there through the P word thing with my kid, and it took me out, made me irritated. So I would actually regrade it probably a B instead of a C.
And we're not pearl-clutching people. It's about, like, this movie clearly looks as if it's marketed to young kids. And some parents have a problem with their young kids talking about sexual stuff. So
I do.
And I do too. So, even though I probably think it's fine. Person.
If I did it by myself, I wouldn't have cared.
All right, guys. That's it.
What? I think we're going to have to start doing morals at the end of the brain show every week. Just
this week.
Remember, kids, don't do drugs till next week.
Remember, kids, Amazon executives aren't always right, but be the better person and take the highway.
Yes. Put down the sword, get the pen out.
I want to know when this live-action Voltron movie's coming out. Did I hear that's skipping theaters?
Yeah, skipping theaters. Also, isn't that also Amazon?
It is.
Yes, it is.
All right, before we do that, we got a super chat from J. Owen Full. He says hashtag. Say it first. Woo!
Yeah.
Say it.
And my boy Jeff from Sons and Shadows Cast. Go check out his YouTube channel at Sons and Shadows Cast. Also, big Stargate channel. He sent 5 Brain Show gift memberships and just a reminder for everyone. Jeff is also part of our Stargate Watch Along every Sunday, as in tomorrow. Every Sunday at 12:30 p.m. PST, and we are in season 5. So come join us for that. Thank you, Jeff, for the memberships. And don't forget to go to John's channel, Sci-Fi Chronicle 79, link in the description, for that watch along.
Awesome. Yeah, season 5. We're looking forward to it. It's going to be good. Looking forward to it.
I'm really waiting to get to my big like look forward to thing in the series is always Lost City. So I see us edging closer and closer to Lost City. I'm just getting so excited. As someone who has seen the entire series 22 times. Okay. I mean, it's true. Watch something like that. It's like every year. Let's talk about Scary Movie. This title is Scary Movie 6 technically, but the title of the movie is just Scary Movie, which is the first joke the movie gives you, because it's spoofing what Scream did when Scream did Scream 6, but just left off the 6 to sort of soft reboot or soft rebrand the franchise. And let me give you some quick and dirty facts about Scary Movie before Shane goes into his diatribe, which I'm sure he'll get into.
Thank you for couching me that way.
Scary Movie 1 and 2 were creative endeavors from the Wayans brothers. Okay? Same guys. It was successful enough for them to make more, but the studio didn't want to cut the Wayans in, so they cut the Wayans out. They go, we don't need to pay the Wayans brothers to make more scary movies. When we can just make, we know the formula. We have the template, which by the way, this movie has the same template. We have the template, so we're just going to make 3, 4, and 5 without the Wayans brothers. And so they cut them out of the deal. The Wayans brothers went on to create Haunted House or something like that. Haunted House 1 and 2, which, coincidentally, the director of those movies is the director of this movie. Then years later, guess who's back? Back again. The Wayans brothers got their precious scary movie back, and the first joke is they're just calling it Scary Movie, because that's exactly what Scream did with Scream 6. The interesting part about this is not really like the history of it, because whatever. But the Wayans brothers are very funny people. Like they're funny guys in living color. Funny. Every time I've ever seen a Wayans brother in any TV show or movie, at the very least, you get a laugh out of it. There
are more talented Wayans brothers than others.
That's true. That's very true. Because my favorite is actually the youngest. I think he's the funniest.
Really? You don't like him? You don't play him?
No, I like the youngest one. I think his name is
it's Marlon.
Marlon. I think he's the funniest one. He's funny. And you know, it helps me hang out with Charlie Day. People that are funny now to me. Anyways, this movie is a return to the Wayans brother comic. And I haven't seen the movie, but I did see a breakdown, and it looks like it follows a very similar format to the first two. So I'm going to let Shane go into his diatribe right now, but just so you know, this is essentially Scary Movie 1, just as 2026. That was the first joke, which is what landed, and we did this whole clip 3 months ago. When I said, look, I don't even like movies, but I love the fact that they're doing it. And that's the important part to me, is the irreverent humor is that.
I'm going to preface this by saying, thank you. Actually, Brian, that was a really good setup.
Thanks.
You don't usually, you're not usually that good at this. And,
I'm trying better, bro. I'm trying to be better. Not for you, but for them. For the people that watch. They're the only ones that matter.
Okay. So listen, I gotta tell you guys. Let's preface this by saying I'm not a fan of these movies. I've never been a fan of the Scary Movie franchise. I am not a huge fan of Marlon Wayans and Sean Wayans' humor, although I do love their brother. That said,
this not that younger one. I'm not talking about that guy. The younger one, the grandson.
I don't know, there's so many Wayans. We were sued by one of the Wayans family.
Yeah, okay, that's actually, we were actually sued by a Wayans cousin. We were actually sued by a Wayans cousin. And he invoked the name of the Wayans brothers to make us fearful of his lawsuit.
Right.
And you know what we did?
Yeah, we ignored.
What did we do? Threat?
It was like business stuff, like
business stuff.
And he ordered like stuff, and we delivered it. He didn't like the way it was delivered.
Not in living color, sort of.
Yeah, it wasn't entertainment stuff. It was like manufacturing stuff.
Yeah, it was starting on this. Anyway, we were helping with it. It's old news, and I don't want to, but I did mention it. What I will say is this. I know I mentioned this movie.
Thank you, Damon Wayans Jr. I'm sorry.
No. This movie's terrible. Okay.
Wait, don't pull any punches, Shane.
I'm sorry. Listen. Rotten Tomatoes, I don't really agree. It's 26%. If it's a 26%, it's usually pretty bad, right?
Yeah.
I'm also trying to say I'm not a huge fan of these. I love Anna Faris. I've loved her for years and years. I'm a big fan of Regina Hall. There are people in this movie that I really like, but the problem with this movie is that it feels like a whole bunch of skits that have been thrown together. It doesn't feel like a cohesive movie like it typically would. So I really don't like those aspects about it. I feel like the Wayans brothers are way over the top because they're back, and so their humor is almost like not funny, trying to be so hard to be funny that not funny, if that makes sense. But what I will say is I love the irreverent humor. They attack both sides of the aisle over and over again. And it's been a long time since we've gotten that. We need more everybody be targeted for humor.
Yes, everyone be targeted for humor. It's a joke. Relax.
I mean, they go after, the right, they go after the left, they go after,
the old, the young, the black, white,
They go after everybody. And some of it is funny. I mean, I genuinely laughed 5 or 6 times. The problem is there's about 150 jokes. But I did laugh 5 or 6 times. Now, the one really great thing about this movie is its ending.
Hold on before you get there. Because I don't want to. My friend Derek, you know what he told me about the jokes? He said it's almost as if they didn't want to leave anyone out of offending. So they crammed, this is what he said. He goes, they crammed as much as they could into this thing so that every possible social class, race, gender, sexuality would be offended. So that they can say we've offended everyone. But what that makes for a bad movie. Because there's not a lot you can connect to narrative-wise.
Well, it's basically
a sketch show, right?
When you try to make everyone happy, you don't make anyone happy.
So if you try to offend everyone, then you have a bad movie.
Right. So I mean, but they did. I mean, I gotta tell you, they came out trying to do it. They came out swinging. Let me tell you one thing about the movie. This movie is a revenge movie in every sense of the word. They make it very clear how they feel about having this franchise taken from them, and it is thoroughly interwoven into this story.
Yeah, I was told the last 15 minutes are hilarious.
The last 15 minutes are pretty epic, and I gotta say, just a perfect way to end a movie like this. And it also says a lot about like kind of what current studios are doing with older franchises, bringing along this newer generation. And they have something to say about that. And as fans of all these, we talked about Stargate earlier, and kind of looking for that younger audience. the Wayans brothers go after that younger audience, bro. Big time, hard here. So if you guys are a fan of that, you might want to at least watch the last 15 minutes of this movie. But overall, I think I gave it like a C-.
Yeah, listen, the Wayans brothers, they've always done the same thing when they make a movie, a funny movie. It is a series of sketches. It's a series of jokes. Let's write a bunch of jokes, and then they connect those jokes together in a narrative. And often, if you have the right director and the right screenwriter, they can take your jokes and weave together a narrative that makes the joke even funnier because now everything's connected in a way. Or makes the narrative interesting because everything's connected. But if you don't have a good screenwriter, and you don't have a good director, and you have the director that made The Haunted House 2, okay, no offense, guy, but if you have people that don't have a lot of skill or experience, then what they're going to do is take these iconic people, comedians' jokes, and they're going to make a series of scenes that have no connection to each other. And we've seen that. Mad TV, Saturday Night Live, In Living Color, right? And when you do that in a movie, and we've seen it before, movies that are just gigantic sketch shows are never successful. They're never successful. They are successful, and you can have TV shows that are successful in that way. But there's never been a movie that lacked a narrative that had a broad appeal. So which means that's sort of what the Wayans did here, like they've done everything. But I think in previous projects, they may have picked better screenwriters and directors that can weave their offensive jokes together. So I'm not even knocking the Wayans. I'm still going to watch it. I'm more so knocking the talent they hired that they usually hire to connect all their jokes together. Because that's clearly, and that's exactly, everyone I've talked to is the same thing. There's no story here, it's just a bunch of jokes in a long movie. And it doesn't really work that way. It might work great for Instagram reels and social clips and TikTok, but it's not going to work great in a movie.
Right. John and Darren, do you guys have any thoughts on the Scary Movie franchise? And I don't think you've probably seen this movie yet, but do you guys have any thoughts on it?
I've only seen the first one. Must be 10 years ago since I last saw it, so I've not really kept up with them. But I've had people at work who said they've gone to see it and they enjoyed it. So I don't really have much else to say on these, really. I know you guys love it, or well, you love the originals.
No, I love the originals. I like the concept of offensive humor not being offensive anymore.
Yeah, let's go back to that.
I want a reverent humor. I've never liked scary movies. Never. But I like the fact that they existed, and we went for a long time now where reverent humor was not allowed. And we're starting to see it back. And so when they came, and that trailer they released was damn near perfect. When it said, good. The trailer was perfect because they literally like, we're back again because the world needed us. And it just had this, it's just a perfect tone. Whoever made the trailer, honestly, whoever made the trailer, they should have hired to direct the movie.
They've done that a few times. It doesn't work out.
Maybe you're right. I'm just saying the trailer was so much better than. Anyways, go ahead. Darren, what do you think?
Scary movies not my thing. I've never seen any of them, but I'm with you. I'm glad that this is a thing that exists in the world. And if it's been gone for a while, it's good for it to be back.
Yeah. Almost.
But I thought that's right. You were describing like sort of just kind of disjointed jokes with the lightest of narrative connection. I thought that's what this franchise was.
Yeah, okay, so that is what Scary Movie is. But that's not what all the Wayans movies are. So, I think the reason why previous Scary Movies, at least Scary Movie 1 and 2, I think the reason they were successful was because even though it had the same format, they did have really good screenwriters and directors that made it look glossy and sort of tied those things together. When you get to Scary Movie, and I've seen all movies, even though I don't like them much. Scary Movie 3, 4, and 5 really are the same thing. To be fair, Scary Movie 6 is the best Scary Movie since Scary Movie 1. But that's not saying much. A. And B, it still suffers because it doesn't have the direction and the screenwriter that actually has experience in working with Wayne's Brothers and sort of disjointed humor that the first two movies had. So.
No, Darren's right. Usually the movies do have this like light. You know, obviously the joke is about every scary movie that's been released. Right? That's the point of these movies is to pun and make fun of other scary movies, which they do really well. I think in this movie they tried to do so much. They tried to cover so much ground because of so many years of not being able to do the franchise.
Yeah.
They tried to throw everything at the wall, and so you kind of lose the narrative of what's the overall narrative of the whole movie is supposed to be. You kind of lose track of it.
They were trying to offend everyone.
Right.
Which I respect. But
right.
I respect that, but dude. All right, well, that's what you guys think. You're going to watch a scary movie anytime soon? Hit the chat and comment below. Okay, guys, we're going to talk a little bit longer, but there's going to be a timer on the screen that is taking us to the member section. And sadly, member section is a little too freaky naughty for Darren, and Darren's going to have to go. He doesn't want to remember. He was not a member. He doesn't want to
He's not a member, but he wants to get freaky naughty. That's what he said. What's that?
He doesn't want to be part of our freaky naughty.
What's going to happen here? You guys going to take your pants off? What's this look like?
Darren, I can't do the show without pants, my brother.
Yeah.
I don't ever wear pants when I'm on stream. Listen. Ready? It's a kink. Just saying.
Yeah. In the member section, we're talking directly to the fans, to the members who ask questions. We're going to be, and those are the topics we kind of go through, and then other stuff we might not cover here.
Yeah, we have a couple more stories we're going to get into. Really, the member section is for members. It's a little more personal, you know, and we talk a little more, you know, it's not public facing. So that's enough. That's all the guys.
Have fun, guys. Thank you for having me. Let's do this.
Before you leave,
Less than 3 years before you have me back.
I want you to leave the right way. Okay, right. First off, I do hope that we can have you again. Okay. Maybe even you and David. That'd be cool. Have like a six-way panel, not six-way panel. Okay. And then also, I want everyone to know where to find David. This is going to be a clip too. GateWorld.net. You can get them on GateWorld.net on YouTube as a GateWorld. Thank you, Lord Tom, my dude. Right there. Got it. On YouTube and also on the internet. I want you to know something about GateWorld. I'm not trying to glaze on Darren too much here, but I have been a consumer of Darren's website, his product, for like 15 plus years. Maybe more. I have been a consumer of GateWorld for such a long time, for longer than I've been a consumer of YouTube. So I do want to thank you, Darren. I've said before, but you are what allowed me to connect other people to Stargate. When people wanted to learn more about Stargate, I would often send them to GateWorld. I would send them GateWorld links. How to explain. People go, well, how does this work? How does the replicators work? I would literally be like, here. And I just send them a link to GateWorld. For years now, when we made our first documentary, we poured over GateWorld articles and GateWorld text to make that. Part of our that's because GateWorld exists.
Yeah, we wouldn't have, in any way, shape, or form, have known as much about GateWorld without, because you have been the torchbearer. You and I know David as well without Gate. But so we just want to say thank you, Darren. I know we do this frequently, but you mean a lot to us, and to the Stargate community, amazing amount, and we just really appreciate you.
And that's why in our latest doc, there was a point where we did a cartoon animation, and I made sure to put GateWorld University behind the characters because we went to GateWorld University. Okay?
I love it.
All right. So we're gonna say goodbye to Darren. And we're going to go into the member series second here in the next 5 minutes. So if anyone wants to say, you got anything on the way out, guys? We have 5 minutes before we go to the member section. John, you want to start again?
Stargate SG-1 Live watch party tomorrow. Thanks guys. On Sci-Fi Chronicles 79, so we're on season 5 tomorrow. It's a great show. We watch them in Discord server together, and we all comment along YouTube live chat. It's great fun. Bring your drinks.
Also, we get freaking out for it.
Yeah, we get freaky naughty, and that's why they banned me from the production set of the new Stargate series. In fact, I may be the reason why they cancelled the show, to be honest, everyone, because of that.
JC Chappie, thank you so much. $5 super chat. I'm late, but I'm here. I'm spitting nails about Stargate cancellation. Starting from the beginning and listening while I annually do yard work. Thank you so much, JC Chappie. We appreciate you. Love you. Long time member of
Love you, long
JC
time.
Chappie, who coined the term Brainiacs.
Brainiacs. You guys are all Brainiacs. That's right.
He coined the term Brainiacs. Cool.
Also, super huge thank you to Kenneth LaRoe, our man, sent 5.
Absolutely legend.
Thank you so much for doing that. Kenneth, Kenneth's been a long-time producer. We love him so much. Thank you for supporting the channel. All you new members, some of you are new names I've never seen here before, get to come to the Freaky Naughty session with us, so fantastic.
We got Shane saying Freaky Naughty
I
now.
wasn't on board for this in the beginning because, I'm the conservative one here. But, I'm down.
Conservative meaning what?
You got anything to say on the way out before I wrap it up? We have
Oh, that doesn't get freaky naughty.
Well, sign all petitions. Talk about Darren. Darren, what do you have next on your plate for your channel?
All the stuff that I thought I was going to do last week, I got to get back to now. In addition to trying to organize the messaging around this campaign. So I don't know what am I doing. I got like 5 things in different stages of production, but for a while it's just going to be covering the news for the most part. People's reactions to the news and where they can go, where they can spend their energy. We'll keep talking about it.
Do you have any helpers?
More help lately. It's mostly me, but there are some other editors and writers who are, when big news hits like this, they everybody gets energy, and people in the game team get energy. So hopefully we'll just do it.
Okay, awesome. And if I hate to put you on the spot here, but if somebody did want to help participate in things that you do, how would they reach out?
I've got a page set up. I'm going to go to gateworld.net/contribute, or just send me an email, webmaster@gateworld.net. And then we've also got a Gateworld Discord. You can find linked in any of my live streams.
Perfect. All right, guys, and listen, we really thank you guys for being here today. I know we didn't cover as many topics as we normally do on this one, but we felt like Stargate really needed to get the lion's share of the show. It's the biggest news in our community pretty much in a long time, and our hearts are heavy, they're broken. But hopefully if we all get behind this, change can still occur. So just kind of continue lighting the tires. Next week, of course, we're going to have Tino Slant here, Paulie, on the show with us. Down the road, we're going to be looking at some other folks to bring on to continue this, talking about what's going on with other people in the industry. So make sure you guys come back next week if you're not already a member. And I know we have a few more minutes here, Brian, but
we're gonna give people a preview of the member section. Just go over there. But I did want to say, if you want to support us, don't forget, go to mxtz.com or mxtz.co. Someone asked where to get that Save the Gate shirt. It's right there. It's on. Go to the website. Go to any of the apparel sections like Popcast or whatever. Type in Stargate Command or /Stargate. You'll see a bunch of our Stargate stuff.
Okay.
Not everything we've had passes on there. Some stuff we don't have license for anymore. And that's not there. But there's a lot of cool stuff there, so go check it out, man.
And use code BRAINSHOW. Just BRAIN.
BRAINE.
Get 20%.
It's 10%.
You are a
10%. That's why Brian.
Killing it, bro. What are you doing?
Remember, proceeds go to marketing for Save the Gate.
Okay, because there's a couple minutes left on the wheel, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna hit the end stinger, and we'll give you a preview of the member stream. But it'll end in a couple minutes. So member today, bottom left corner. I'll see you guys later. Have an awesome week. See you tomorrow. Okay.
Are we in the members?
We're yeah. I mean, it's gonna kick over. So people
about a minute left. We're in the member section meeting with Darren a little bit here. We are going to kick over to Darren. The live stream will end in about a minute.
It's gonna switch over to the member section. People are gonna do it. Yeah, welcome to the Freaking Out member section. You can leave whenever you want, Darren. We love you, bro. And we know you got to stick around for another hour.
I got it. Thank you. Freaking Out, have fun.
All right. Thank you so much, Darren.
Bro. Yeah.
All right.
Be right back, guys.
Yeah. What I love about Stream OBS is the ability to like instantly swap from 4 people to 3 people.
Really?
Like a TV station. Like you don't see it until it comes out. But it's like a TV station. It's instant. Like when you use Streamlabs and other tools they have, there's all this like awkward thing where you have to like reposition the camera and stuff. It's not as seamless as it is with OBS. I know OBS is not for everyone, but if you're using YouTube, you're tech, proficient. You need, try OBS. You'll be amazed at your capabilities with this platform.
We're about to lose the rest of the people. If you want to keep with us, please become members. We love you, appreciate you.
Oh yeah. The preview ends at 15 seconds. Welcome to the...
I'm done. How NASA will take over the moon. There we go.
NASA is building a giant city on the south pole of the moon that will cover hundreds of square miles and include everything from permanent habitats to power generation and mining operations. And they are trying to get this done fast, because there is a competition happening right now between the two most powerful nations on Earth for the best real estate on the moon. So in addition to landing people on the lunar surface and planting new flags, NASA will deploy autonomous flying drones that are going to stake their claim on the South Pole region and establish the borders of a new American frontier. But none of this is going to come easy. In their latest update, NASA discussed their plan for the first 3 missions that will begin their permanent presence on the lunar surface. Moonbase 1 will be the first privately funded lunar landing, meaning no taxpayer money involved. In this case, it's the Jeff Bezos-owned Blue Origin that will be going to the moon entirely at their own expense to demonstrate the capabilities of the Blue Moon Mark 1 spacecraft. The lander itself has already been built, tested, and given a name, Endurance. The rocket carrying that lander will be New Glenn, and this brings us to our first hurdle. On May 28th, just 2 days following NASA's Moonbase update, a New Glenn booster exploded on the Blue Origin launch pad during an engine hot fire test at Site 36 on the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. This was the second most powerful rocket explosion in the history of spaceflight, second only to the Soviet N-1 disaster of 1969. Now, a rocket exploding is nothing new or unique. This has been happening consistently since the dawn of the space age, but it is very uncommon for a fully fueled booster to detonate like that on a launch pad. The closest thing we've seen in recent times was a SpaceX Falcon 9 explosion on their launch pad at Cape Canaveral in 2016. And even there, you can see that the blast is nowhere near as sudden or violent, but it still took the company 15 months to rebuild what was damaged. The SpaceX incident was so unusual that Elon Musk became convinced it was an act of sabotage. And we know that SpaceX is no stranger to exploding rockets. They expect rapid, unscheduled disassemblies as just a part of their testing process. But one thing that Musk has always been concerned about is protecting his launch pads. When SpaceX tested Falcon Heavy for the first time, he acknowledged that there was probably a 50-50 chance the rocket would explode, but specified, "I hope it makes it far enough away from the pad that it doesn't cause damage. I would consider that a win." Now, in the case of New Glenn, the launch pad damage is obvious, with the two biggest casualties being the lightning tower, which protects the rocket from being struck, and the transporter erector vehicle, which is a very big and complex piece of machinery that handles many jobs, from moving the rocket out of the assembly building in a horizontal state to lifting it up into a vertical orientation, and it even serves as a launch tower for the rocket. This is a multi-hundred-million-dollar custom-made piece of infrastructure, so losing that could be devastating. But according to Blue Origin CEO Dave Limp, things are not as bad as they look. In a post just days after the explosion, Limp wrote, "Now that we've had access to the pad and integration facility, we can share a bit of good news. The propellant farm, oxygen, liquid hydrogen, and methane tanks are all in good shape. This is good luck because these are very long lead items. The water tower is also good. The big support tower is damaged, but it can be repaired in place rather than torn down in place." He also said that the company will continue to build more New Glenn boosters and store them for later use. And the best news so far is that Blue Origin had already been working for some time on eliminating the transporter erector from their launch procedure, instead moving to a vertical assembly and transport like the SpaceX Starship and NASA SLS rockets. So they don't actually need a new transporter machine, they'll just go directly to the new system. Because of all this, Limp said we will fly again before the end of this year. Now this is a bold timeline. It's about half of what most experts were predicting, but everything that we discussed when it comes to NASA's Artemis plan is built around high expectations and optimistic timeframes, so this is no different. And NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman was quick to offer his agency's full support to Blue Origin as they begin the rebuilding phase. He wrote, "We are going to take an active role alongside our partners, just as we did in the 1960s, to overcome setbacks, remove obstacles, and deliver the intended outcomes." With Father's Day coming up, I've been trying to think of gifts that people actually end up using every single day. And I think that's exactly why someone like Messi partnered with Extra in the first place. When you think about athletes at that level, everything is about efficiency, simplicity, and carrying only what you actually need, kind of like space exploration. And that's basically the entire philosophy behind Extra's products. I've been using their Wallet Pro recently, and it's probably the slimmest wallet I've owned that still holds a ton of stuff. It fits up to 14 cards plus bills, but still keeps a really clean, low-profile design in your pocket. And with that metal trigger, all your cards slide out instantly with one hand instead of digging through your wallet every time you need something. It's also made from premium Italian leather with a recycled aluminum mechanism, so it feels more like a long-term upgrade than just another accessory. And I've also been using their new vacuum bag plus while traveling. It compresses your clothes down to save a surprising amount of space in your bag, and the upgraded sides of design makes packing and repacking way faster and less annoying. Extra's Father's Day sale is live right now with up to 53% off site-wide, and if you use my code SPACERACE, you can get an extra 20% off on top of web sales for up to 73% off total. So if you want to check it out, click the link in the description and use code SPACERACE at checkout. Which brings us to Moonbase 1, the first lunar mission that will launch on a New Glenn rocket. It was originally scheduled for the fall of 2026, and it will be delayed, but not as much as many people would have thought. The mission will target a landing site on the South Pole region known as the Shackleton Connecting Ridge. This is already seen as one of the most valuable pieces of land on the moon. It's a long strip of elevated terrain that connects the Shackleton crater to the Degerlash crater. This is rocky, unforgiving terrain that will push the landing capabilities of the Blue Moon to their limits. The reason why this ridge is strategically important is because it offers two extremes, permanent sunlight and permanent shadow. Because the moon only has a very slight amount of tilt on its axis of rotation, the polar regions experience a very consistent exposure to light. The sun never fully rises or sets, it just lingers low on the horizon, which means that your elevation has a significant effect on how much sunlight you receive. From the highest points on the ridge, the sun never sets, meaning that there is continuous access to solar power, making this a perfect place to establish a permanent outpost. And from that same spot on the ridge, you also have access to lowlands in the bottom of each crater. These are places that have not seen light in billions of years, and this is where frozen water ice is believed to be hiding. It's also very close to the location where the Chinese space program is planning to land their next robot lunar mission, Chang'e 7, which is scheduled for launch as early as August 2026. That is targeting a ridge on the opposite side of the Shackleton crater. Once on the ground, the Blue Origin lander will deploy multiple payloads from other private contractors that have yet to be revealed, but we know there will be two NASA payloads on board. One is the stereo cameras for lunar plume surface studies, also known as SCOUTS. This is an array of high-resolution cameras designed to capture images as the lander descends. In particular, it's looking at how the surface of the moon is affected by the landing of the spacecraft. The plume in the name is dust, and that gets kicked up by the engines, but it's also going to create a high-resolution map of the landing site for future exploration. Payload number 2 is the Laser Retroflective Array, which is basically a target that future spacecraft can use to point a laser at and get super accurate measurements that will assist in landing more vehicles at the same location. These are not high-value payloads for NASA, and it really demonstrates that even before the booster explosion, there was very cautious optimism in Blue Origin's ability to deliver a fully successful result. The most important goal of Moonbase 1 will be the real-world test of Blue Origin's landing hardware. This is critical because Blue Moon Mark 1 is essentially just a smaller version of the Mark 2 lander that is supposed to be tested in Earth orbit on Artemis 3 in 2027 and could very well be taking people to the surface of the moon on Artemis 4 in 2028. So the results of Blue Moon Mark 1, whenever it does launch, will have a significant effect on the level of confidence associated with that future hardware. The next mission in the series will be Moonbase 2. This includes the largest commercial payload delivered so far to the lunar surface, and it could actually launch as early as summer 2026, because this one will be taking advantage of the SpaceX Falcon Heavy as its booster rocket. NASA will be partnering with an American aerospace and robotics company called Astrobotic, and their Griffin 1 landing platform is going to be responsible for delivering payloads from NASA and several of their international partners to the South Pole region. The specific location for Moonbase 2 will be the Noble Crater. It's a very large and complex region just slightly northeast from the Shackleton landing site. Noble is a place that NASA has had in their sights for a while now, and it's where they intend to deploy their large Viper rover on a future moon landing. But first, they will deploy a smaller rover on this mission to scout out the area. It's made by another one of NASA's commercial partners, the American company Astrolab. The Flip rover will be testing out batteries, tires, and autonomous AI navigation systems on the moon to pave the way for future lunar terrain vehicles. It will also carry 10 scientific payloads, including 4 developed in partnership with NASA. And that brings us to the Moonbase 3 mission, and this one is also shrouded by some uncertainty. NASA will be partnering with the American company Intuitive Machines for a landing in the second half of 2026. Some people might be familiar with this company because they've already launched 2 moon landers in the past decade, and they've twice failed to safely reach the surface. So that gives us 2 ways to look at this. One, we learn best by making mistakes, and it's possible that the Intuitive Machines team now has the best chance of landing successfully because they have experience. Or 2, maybe they just have a subpar product and it's not designed well for operating on the moon. NASA officials said, without naming names, that they will be offering up all of the resources they have available to ensure mission reliability becomes a top priority with every landing going forward. In other words, the time for learning from mistakes is coming to an end. Now we learn to get it right. One advantage for Moonbase 3 is that they will not be going to the rough terrain of the lunar South Pole. Instead, this mission is to investigate an anomaly called the Rayner Gamma Swirl. This is a bright spot on the surface of the moon that takes a weird, swirly kind of pattern and stretches for hundreds of kilometers. And we're not sure why the swirl is lighter in color than its surroundings, but the leading theory is that there is some magnetic anomaly in the crust that is shielding these areas from solar radiation, creating a sort of tan line on the surface. So, if we can figure out how that works, we might be able to use the moon's natural radiation shielding to our advantage. Intuitive Machines will deploy a payload called the Lunar Vertex to investigate the magnetic environment, and it's also going to carry smaller payloads for international partners in the European and South Korean space agencies. These 3 moon-based landings are all part of NASA's Phase 1 in the plan for building a permanent presence on the moon. That spans from now until 2029 and will include 25 launches and 21 landings that will deliver over 4 metric tons of cargo to the lunar surface. During that time, NASA will develop a high level of reliability in getting there, meaning no more accidental impacts, and they're going to begin experimenting with technologies that will be necessary for permanent habitation. NASA has made it clear that the scale of this project will be massive, with the moon base site covering hundreds of square miles and being made up of a variety of different assets for supporting crews well into the future. That is a lot of ground to cover, and in order to stake their claim to such a wide area of the lunar surface, NASA will be relying on an ambitious new technology, the Moonfall drone. Those autonomous AI-powered rocket drones will become the prospectors of the lunar South Pole. Across that several hundred square mile area that NASA wants to claim as their moon base, the drones will launch, fly, and land to map the surface at incredibly high resolution, about 1 centimeter per pixel. Right now, our highest resolution map of the moon is about 1 meter per pixel. So Moonfall gives us a 100 times clearer picture of the moon than has ever been seen before. And at the same time that they're creating this map, the drones will also be using ground-penetrating scanners to search for water ice deposits. NASA says that they will see up to 1 meter deep into the surface. And then probably the most interesting thing that NASA has said, once the mapping survey is done, the Moonfall drones will establish a perimeter around the future moon base site. They were pretty subtle about this in the presentation, but it sounds like the idea is to position 3 or 4 drones at strategic points on the lunar South Pole and essentially say that anything inside this drone perimeter belongs to the United States. And their international allies, of course, which at this point is basically everyone except Russia and China. The Artemis Accord has 67 member nations as of today, but it's pretty clear that the USA will be staking the claim and holding the fort on everyone's behalf. Administrator Isaacman said that while NASA is open to partnerships, this will not be a situation like the ISS, where partners actually own and have autonomy over their segments. The moon base will be entirely under American control. The Moonfall drones themselves are one of the few technologies that NASA will actually be developing in-house at their Jet Propulsion Laboratory. This is where they build Mars rovers and probes that fly to Saturn, so they are not trusting this one to any tech startup. And then to deliver the drone payload, NASA has chosen to partner with the one company with proven success landing on the moon, Firefly. They touched down on the lunar surface with their Blue Ghost lander in March 2025. Now, the spacecraft that transported Blue Ghost from Earth orbit to the moon is called the Elytra Dark, and this is what will deliver Moonfall. The advantage of using a flying drone is that you don't need a landing platform because each drone is designed to land itself. So all that the Elytra spacecraft needs to do is get the payload down to a low altitude above the lunar surface and release the drones. This is scheduled to happen by 2028. Now, as cool as all that is, the main event for the Artemis program will be landing people on the moon. And those astronauts will need a way to get around on the lunar surface beyond just stumbling along in a bulky spacesuit. They need wheels, and that is where the Lunar Terrain Vehicle contracts come in. There will be 2 LTVs developed as part of Moon Base Phase 1. And the plan is to have at least one of them on the moon and ready to roll when the first astronauts arrive on Artemis 4 in 2028. To deliver both of these vehicles, NASA has again chosen Blue Origin and their Blue Moon Mark 1 lander. This will be the largest payload delivery so far, with each LTV platform weighing in around 1 metric ton. Blue Moon is one of only 2 prospective landers with the ability to deliver that amount of mass to the surface of the moon. The other is the SpaceX Starship, which is also facing a long, complicated path to becoming a proven lunar landing option. So the hope remains at NASA that Blue Origin will be able to deliver these vehicles before their astronauts arrive. Administrator Isaacman has said he believes this should be well within what is possible for pad recovery. Now, there are 2 separate LTV contracts awarded here. The first goes to Astrolab and their Flex rover platform. This is a bigger and more capable version of the Flip rover that will launch on Mars 2. The second contract award goes to Lunar Outpost and their Pegasus rover. This is actually being designed in partnership with General Motors and Goodyear tires. Both of these vehicles will need to be designed kind of like transformers that can fold up for storage inside the lander and then unfurl themselves into their final form on the moon. The LTVs will operate both autonomously and when driven by crew members. They can carry 2 astronauts wearing spacesuits and cover a range of up to 200 kilometers with a maximum speed of 10 kilometers per hour. These first LTV platforms will pave the way for Phase 2 of the moon-based plan when astronauts will use pressurized vehicles as mobile habitats for long-duration stays on the lunar surface. And that is going to be the key to unlocking Phase 3, which is when this sprawling city on the moon begins to take shape. Now, when NASA says that it will cover hundreds of square miles, they don't mean that the entire area will be covered in buildings. There needs to be space in between the different assets. For example, NASA administrators said that the LTVs need to be parked at least 1 mile away from the landing site for Artemis crews. This is to avoid any damage from the dust and rock kicked up in the exhaust plume. That means future launch and landing sites will need to be located in the flatlands and set very far away from any permanent habitats, which will tend to be built on hilltops. And those habitats would also need to be very far away from any nuclear power stations. Then there are going to be mining operations set up inside these permanently darkened craters and industrial operations on the crater rims to process lunar material into usable resources. And that brings us to another very interesting thing that Administrator Isaacman said in a very subtle way. He was talking about the lunar economy, and he admitted that we will never have a true spacefaring civilization if space exploration is perpetually funded by taxpayers. Meaning that private industry needs to bring capitalism to the moon. To paraphrase Isaacman a little bit here, they need to find something up there that generates value for commercial industry, enough value to offset the cost of going to the moon to get it. That could be resources or energy. It could be a platform to reach deeper into outer space. But whatever it is, that will be the anchor point that allows us to not only go back to the moon, but to stay there this time. And if you'd like a tour of what NASA's future city on the moon will actually look like, click the box on screen right now.
No. Oh, okay. Make sure. Hmm. Ugh. Okay.
Okay. Ladies in the chat, if there are any ladies in the chat who have gotten your nails done before, how do you guys like use your phone or like type on like a keyboard or anything like that? Because my God, I got those. Some of you guys may remember.
You wiped out most of the volume.
Okay. Ladies in the chat, if there are.
You wiped out most of the volume.
Okay. Ladies in the chat, if there are any ladies.
This channel's dead. I don't care. 12:36.
Of letting Jazz transition at the age of 5?
Of course not.
But what about people say you brainwash your child? Or that is child abuse?
Jazz always knew she was a girl, and I followed her lead as advised by medical professionals, and I'm proud of the woman that she is today.
I love that, Mom. Thank you for showing us all the true meaning of unconditional love.
Okay. But then we all die. Okay. Yeah, but I'm about to stop. The internet went out for a little bit, so I had to restart the stream. Well, I'm just reading the Gate World Discord. I've been listening to Stargate stuff about the cancellation, and I watched the Jenny Stiven State of the Gate live stream with Darren Sumner and David Reed again to get some ideas. I might watch it again, but I'm getting some. But not right now. I closed the world, and I'm adding another texture pack for another one of the mods here. At one at a time to see if it works. And I'm waiting for that to load. And so Save Stargate is trending on Twitter /Twitter and X, which is the same thing. So I'm waiting for this to reload. Because it takes a while. And once it gives me control again, okay, something caused it to crash. Okay. So I don't actually shut down. I leave this running because this takes about 10 minutes to even start up. So I'm loading up the world. Loading the world takes a little while, but okay. Bringbackstargate.com. Let's see. Oh, I heard about this site. So it looks like a gate and it's and look, Chevron 7 will not lock. Petition uplink. ATL 0138. Seven 17. Oh. Are you here? Are you seeing this? Not a lot to say. Well, it's just this website, bringbackstargate.com. Let's see. Load it. So I believe this is the petition that they've decided is the one they're going to use. That this is the one that we should be signing. It's got 25,000 verified signatures. We want to get to 100,000. God, this is taking a while to load. I'm going to show you the world and... Oh, shit. Well, it just crashed. Oh, wait. No, it didn't. It's taking a while to load. But here's... Well, I'm loading it because I want to see that the changes to the texture pack are actually working. What? All right, well. I run final ads. Ugh. Here's someone talking about it in German. They're talking about the State of the Gate stream. Okay. Ugh. Looks like a... Okay, so this is a German... a German site. Alright, well, I need to restart this. Okay. I'm gonna hit play again. Okay. I am gonna shut down the stream.